What is up, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, Apple, Spotify, and everyone tuned in on the Texas Sports Unfiltered app? Welcome in to another edition of Bucky and BK live on Texas Sports Unfiltered and on the free TSU app. Today is Monday, September 22nd, 2025. And the Buck and I are with you for the next 2 hours on a Victory Monday edition of the show. The Texas Longhorns take care of business against Sam Houston. What a statement from the Longhorns in their final non-conference game of the year. What does it mean going into SEC play? We will recap the Longhorns' 55-0 shutout win throughout today's show. A rough NFL Sunday for the two Texas teams. The Cowboys get pummeled in Chicago. The Texans lose to the Jaguars to fall to 0-3. Is it time to panic for both Dallas and Houston? We will go around college football, around the NFL, little Major League Baseball conversation. And today is the 18th anniversary of one of the most monumental days in either of our lifetimes, Buck. Not sure if you're aware of what I'm talking about, but you will be before today's show is over. Hope everyone had a fantastic weekend. We appreciate y'all starting your weeks off with us. How are you this morning, my man?
I'm good. Ready to roll. Beautiful morning out here in Dripping Springs. Bussy number 1 has gone by. It's all good. It's good. Good week. Good week to start it off with a bye week for this football team. It's a time where they can get away a little bit and settle into some academics. And then get ready to gear up for SEC play because it's going to be hard.
Academics?
Yes. Some schoolwork. This is time to catch up to some schoolwork and some NIL deals.
You don't win an SEC championship by focusing on academics.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you win by focusing on football.
Yeah. Oh, that's right. That's right. They do. They need to focus in on football for sure. Since they just had a bye week, really.
It kind of feels like a double bye, right?
They've got, as a matter of fact, they've had a double bye. Talking about a get well game. This team got well.
Yeah, they did. They did. Texas did everything it needed to do on Saturday night.
Yeah, which is a good thing. There's no doubt about that, man. Good morning to the soldiers at Fort Hood, Texas, the soldiers in the state of Texas, and all those that fight for us each and every day. Thank you so much for what you do. To you and your families, thank you to them for sharing you with all of us. We do appreciate that. And do be safe out there.
Absolutely. So a ton to dive into in the world of football and in the world of sports. It was a loaded football weekend, a hell of a college football Saturday, an incredible NFL Sunday. But we'll open things up talking about the Texas Longhorns, Buck, and they took care of business on Saturday night. A domination, a total assing, as we like to call it on this show. Over Sam Houston, 55-0, the final score. The most points for Texas since the 2023 regular season finale against Texas Tech, and the first shutout for the Longhorns since last year's season opener against Colorado State. Buck, it's nice to see how this team could play when all three phases show up. It was a complete performance from the offense, the defense, and the special teams, and it showed itself on the scoreboard.
Oh, it did. I mean, they all played well. They all, they took the game very serious. They understood how important it was to go into this bye week with this kind of victory and this kind of play. The only thing that they look lousy in is they still get a lot of penalties. That's just who they are. So I can hear how focused they are, but that they just from top to bottom they have a lot of silly penalties. That I'm gonna say it. If they don't take care of it, they're not going to take care of it. That's who they are. And Sark can tell you that. Oh no, we're mentally ready. But you are who you are. You guys, they have a lot of guys that have silly penalties, and that's what it is. And until you get to a game where you have 2 or 3 again, BK, it's just that's what this team is. We've seen it for 2 years now. It's actually seen it for 3 years. They've just been a penalized team. They've just been talented enough to overcome the penalties, and it's you can try to find something wrong in that game, but that's crazy to have 9 penalties against that team.
Yeah, that was the one sort of bad from a bunch of good on Saturday.
70 yards and penalties.
Yeah, 9 more penalties for Texas let me make sure I get the exact number right.
70 it was maybe?
70 on the nose. Good call. Yes, sir. And if you look at the entire season, of course, Texas has now played 4 games. They rank 123rd in the country out of 136 teams in terms of penalty yards per game. So believe it or not, the 70 penalty yards that Texas accumulated Saturday night actually brought down their season average, because right
Yeah,
now
how
their
about that?
average is 78.3. So getting only
Wow.
70 was actually good for the year-long number. But yeah, that was a blemish. The offensive line had too many of those penalties. You had an illegal formation on an extra point, a couple of defensive penalties as well. So yeah, that's 4 games for the Longhorns this year. They have lost the penalty battle in all 4.
They've
And of
lost
course,
the penalty battle.
yeah, and like you said, I mean, you've got enough talent to get away with that against Sam Houston and UTEP and San Jose, not a
Yeah.
state. But you commit penalties like that in SEC play against teams with like talent, then that could be the difference between winning and losing.
And believe me, the opposing coach makes sure that they get the officials during, before the game when they're around walking around saying, this is the most penalized team in the SEC. You know that. I mean, they start talking to those refs, and those refs start saying, "Why does he keep saying that?" Because that guy is not where he's supposed to be. That guy is flinching. That guy is holding it. They do that. They get in there and start telling the officials, just check their stats. Here's what they're averaging. So you need to call this many penalties somehow.
Yeah, the good news, I guess, for Texas is that they don't rank dead last in the conference in
But
penalty.
who's got the lead in that?
Well, it's not the team you want to be compared to. That would be Mississippi State,
Oh,
who is second to last in the entire country. They're last in the SEC. They're second to last in the nation. They're
wow.
averaging 94 penalty yards per game.
Oh my God.
So I guess it could be worse, but yeah, it's gotten worse for Texas. They did have some penalty problems last year and the year before, but it's gone even more downhill. So again, you're 3-1. Look, the penalties were costly against Ohio State. The Buckeyes only had 2 penalties. You had 6, and some of them came at very inopportune times, including a couple of penalties on Ohio State's first touchdown drive of the game. They won that game by a touchdown. So you've already seen this year, yeah, your own infractions, it can cost you a game. Thankfully,
Yes.
didn't play a role these last 3 weeks, but you're going to be playing some closer games, as everybody knows, when you get to
Well, what
October.
you did was you played such a good game offensively, defensively, and special teams
Yeah.
that everything should have been cleaned up in this game.
Yeah,
That should have been
everything.
the least of your problems is being penalized against that team.
Well, everything else was cleaned up. And that's,
Yes.
again, you wanted it to all be perfect because we all want to have our cake and we all want to eat it too. But at least everything else was figured out. Yeah, the penalties is still annoying, but you got Arch Manning in rhythm. You got the offense in rhythm. Obviously, the defense continued to do its thing. The special teams had another strong performance, but your third down offense was very good. Your red zone offense was very good. Your quarterback looked great. So just about everything else that we wanted to see Texas do against Sam Houston, or the ghost of Sam Houston, as you've been calling them, they did. So way more positives than negatives from Saturday night, without
No,
question.
no, no doubt, no doubt. It was nice to see them. They ran the ball. They wanted to start the game off really running the ball. They wanted to find out what Gibson could bring to the table because he looks like the guy that's going to have to be, until these guys get well, which hopefully over 2 weeks we'll start to find out. We'll see Trey Wisner back in the lineup. But if not, who is the guy if some of these guys with these soft tissue injuries just can't get it done? Because you have to be able to run the ball. And you got to be able to run the ball against the Gators. And you really do. You have to because the Miami Hurricanes took their offensive line and rolled those. They Peter rolled them up. They were like they were like rolling dough up. Getting ready to put them in the oven down the field. And I mean, pushing those guys for 6 and 7 yards after the contact. Miami just crushed them on the ground running the football. And they had a lot of guys that were injured, and they'll have some guys healthy, but hell, the guys that got the guys that they brought in got injured. I mean, they were reaching way back in their bag to have a defensive line at Florida. So that's a plus that Texas used a lot of people in the run game to find out who is going to be able to do it. They didn't have a 100-yard rusher against that team. I don't know. There's just nothing about the run game that excites me except for the total that they had against the Pop Warner team this week.
Yeah.
I'm going to say that's good, but They don't have a dude that went over 100 yards against them. Your fourth dude should have had 100 yards in that football game.
They didn't have a dude go over 62 yards against Sam
Wow.
Houston. Now, as a team, like you said, they ran it for 264
Sure.
yards on 41 carries. It was the most impressive rushing performance of the year for Texas, but obviously, it was the weakest opponent of the year for Texas too. But it was good to see. I mean, the offensive line and the run game as a whole, like they should have done this against UTEP and they didn't. So it was
Right.
good to see them figure some things out, clean some things up. There were a lot more holes created by the offensive line. I thought the runners ran with some more aggression. So that was good to see. But yeah, I mean, it's clear that Trey Wisner is this team's best running back. And I think it's pretty clear that CJ Baxter is this team's second best running back. So getting those guys back, and it sounds like both of them are on track to return for that Florida game, which is now, I guess, 12 days from today.
Yeah, that's a lot of time to heal up. If you've been healing up for a couple of weeks and you've got 12 more days, boy, you should be ready to go. You still get you're getting all your treatments this week and you're watching your film study, and then you should be ready. They need to have guys ready to go. One of
Yeah.
those two guys has to be ready to be. Yeah, I don't know about him. I mean, I know hamstrings can be tricky. They can say it's full speed ahead. You can take one cut, and who knows? And with CJ Baxter, that guy could get hurt getting off the bus.
Well, both guys, it sounds like Trey Wisner would have played this weekend if Texas was playing a team with a pulse. So I think Trey Wisner's very close to ready right now. And he's your most important running back. And, CJ Baxter, he suffered the injury obviously later in the year. And he suffered it against UTEP. But I think, again, he is also seemingly, according to the insiders, and we'll get updates from Steve Sarkeesian next week. But I would expect both of those guys to be ready to roll for Florida. So, and the bye week comes at a good time. The good news is you've got some confidence going into the bye week with the way that you played. But yeah, also it gives you some time to get a couple of guys healthy. And those are two very important players to trying to go win that football game in the swamp.
Yeah, I mean, it'll be interesting. I can't imagine that Florida is going to have a soft box. I got to believe after the Miami game, they're all moving up because they can't be back there, 25 yards because they were so worried about Miami and, throwing the ball with those receivers that they have. It was like, so have you learned anything after about the second quarter? I mean, at the time it was a one-score game. They hung in there enough. Lagway moves around enough, but I'm like, your safeties are too far, man. They're just going to they're going to take this soft box and just roll down there because contact wasn't coming before about 3 yards, BK. And then once the lineman got on those defensive linemen, it was 7 yards. And then there was like 9 yards. Then they had carries like 15 yards down the field where the linemen were still pushing guys. So they're not going to sit back and have a soft box. They're at home. They're going to be aggressive. They're going to move up. They're going to move safeties up. And that's what's good that Arch had the kind of game that he had and the wide receivers. He got those guys together. So that's important because as good as Texas ran the ball, I don't see them going to the swamp and doing that.
Even without Trey Wisner or
Even with Trey Wisner.
Why not?
No,
If 1-3 Florida is scaring you this much, that's not good. You must really think Texas
the 1-3 Florida scared me before the season even started.
Right.
Remember?
And they're horrible. Like, I get it. They were a preseason top 15. Maybe I understood being scared then. They're 1-3. They lost to South Florida at home, and now you're more scared of them? How does that work?
That's from the start. We'll see. We'll see who shows up for that game. I just
Who
don't
shows
have
up? Like, who's healthy or who plays well?
I just didn't have a great feeling before the season, and I just don't. I'll just see how Trey Wisner is. I'll see how the running back situation is because you'll have to run against him.
You have seen Texas play defense, right?
Oh shit! I don't know how Lagway will score. That guy will have 5 interceptions in that game. Possibly.
I was going to say you've seen Florida play offense and you've seen Texas play defense, so you should feel very confident in that matchup.
Yeah, that matchup is. I will feel that Florida will have a hard time scoring 17 points.
All right. And I like Texas's chances then.
17-14 will suck.
I mean, Florida, hey, it's a win. A win is a win is a win. On the road in the SEC,
Oh,
I'll
yeah,
take
for
that.
sure.
I'll absolutely take that going into the Oklahoma game. That'd be fine with me.
What
All
is
right.
the early line in that game? Is there an early line for that? Is Texas there's no are they double digits?
For Florida,
Yeah. Is there an early line?
the look-ahead line last week was Texas -7. But again, that was
Yeah.
last week before Texas played its most complete game of the year, and Florida lost again by a lot.
Played their most
So,
complete game and moved down in the rankings.
yeah, they did move down a couple of spots, which if you're putting a lot of stock into the AP poll in September, then you're wasting your time. But yeah,
Absolutely.
Texas did move down from 8 to 10 despite winning 55-0 on Saturday. They got jumped by the two rivals. OU jumped them after being gifted a game by SEC refs against Auburn. And then A&M, who didn't even play on Saturday, is now ranked ahead of Texas in the AP
They got on the
poll.
bye. They got
On a
moved
bye
up on the
week.
bye.
Like, who did they beat so bad in the bye week? They must have looked really good in practice. But yeah, obviously that stuff will sort itself out over the course of the year.
No, how did it look for you? I mean, you were at the game.
Yeah.
How did Arch look? I mean, did he look the timing wise and foot wise? I mean, he looked kind of natural. It looked like looks like the way he looked last year to me.
Yeah, it looked really good. His first couple of throws were a bit dicey, and it was like, oh man, there's
They
just
were
more
low,
carryover.
couple low balls again.
Couple of low balls, couple of missed reads, right? Like the first play of the game, I think he had Parker Livingston open over the middle, and he didn't take the throw. And instead, he tried to throw it into the flat, and the ball got tipped and thankfully fell harmlessly to the ground. And then, yeah, there was a low throw on that first sequence of plays, too.
Yeah.
And it's like, oh, man, like here we go again. And then Arch Manning got into a rhythm, and he turned it on, and he put together an incredibly impressive, 2.5 quarters. He got yanked midway through the third quarter once Texas was up 45-0. But he put it together, and his anticipation was much improved. His accuracy was much improved. He looked way more confident in his arm and his ability. And that's the talent. There aren't a lot of people who have the type of skill set that Arch Manning has. So when he puts it together like that, obviously we need to see him do it against better opponents, and we need to see him do it more consistently. But when he puts it all together, he can be one of the toughest players in college football to stop.
Well, he is down near the goal line because he can run. He's the best runner they have as he stood over that 160-pounder after he scored.
Oh, you're also butthurt about that?
I'm not butthurt about it, just football.
Okay.
That's
All
just
right.
football, man. Everybody gets that. Everybody does that. Everybody gets that.
There's a lot of folks out there who are mad at Arch Manning for standing over that Sam Houston defender on the Longhorns' second touchdown of the night and Arch Manning's first rushing touchdown.
That wasn't defender. That was a little kid in a Halloween costume. That may have been the ghost of Sam Houston himself. We were looking for. That may have been the one right there.
You're saying he was talking trash to a Texas legend? Is that what you're saying? That's why everyone's upset?
That's why they're mad. That was the ghost of Sam Houston right there. He was doing that too. All 160 pounds of him.
Yeah, he broke that tackle as he waltzed into the end zone and just went right into the face of that.
He's still their best runner.
Well, he ran pretty well. I mean, that's a weapon for Texas, and that's why we all believed the red zone offense should be better in 2025 than it has been the last couple of years. And, before Saturday, it wasn't, right? Texas was one of the worst red zone teams in America, and then they had 7 trips into the red zone.
7-11. What was it, 7 of 11?
No, 7 trips. That's third down. You're thinking of the third down stats.
Third down was 7, yeah.
But in the red zone, Texas got there 7 times. They had 5 touchdowns and 2 field goals. So they were 100% on scoring. They were only 61.5% through the first 3 weeks. They found points on all 7 red zone trips on Saturday. And again, 5 touchdowns in the red zone. They scored 7 touchdowns as a team. And Buck, I mean, there are so many positive numbers and stats that you could look to describe just how good Texas was offensively. They scored on their first 9 possessions of the football game.
0 turnovers. I know, yeah. And 0 turnovers.
And, they scored on every drive that Arch Manning was on the field. Like that streak ended once Matthew Caldwell got out there. So, like, yeah, that's all you can ask for, right? Your defense doesn't give up a point, and your offense, at least your number one offense, scores points every time they saw the field. Like, that's about as good as you could possibly do.
Oh, well, there's nothing else there. I mean, that offense was just rolling. Like, and we knew they were going to get that. That was such a mismatch. I looked and I was seeing Sam Houston kids, not a lot carted off the field. They saved their team a little bit, thank goodness, so they can go on and play the following week. They had enough kids to play.
I think they have a bye week too this week.
Hell, they need it.
Sam Houston gets a couple of weeks to, it's weird. They had a bye week before the Texas game. Now they have a bye week after the Texas game. You don't see that very often in college football, but I got to give you some love. Your cousin did not have a very good weekend, so we'll have to rag on him a little later. But I am looking at we can screen share this just so everybody can see how smart you are and how dumb some of our friends and cohorts at TSU are. You said Texas would win this game 56-0.
Yeah,
you were 1 point off, 55-0 the final score, but you were the closest of all of our TSU talent with your Texas Sam Houston score prediction. Well done.
There had to be a bunch of zeros if people thought at least 0 up there, I would think.
Well, Patrick and Will both had Sam Houston scoring 10 in this game.
Like I said, they would have had to been gifted a fumble or whatever, and I just thought everybody was going to get. I just still just as well as they played. I don't know. A guy not having 100 yards in rushing against them. Not featuring somebody. I mean, 62 yards. Not featuring somebody to get 100 yards. Not finding a way. But then again, you know who that's on? The guy carrying the ball.
Yeah,
I can't look at the offensive line.
They split up the carries a lot.
Yeah, but I can't look at the offensive line and what the quarterback didn't help out in the pass game. If you're a running back, you were helped in that game. You should have had if I was the third guy coming in, I would think I'm getting 100 against them. If you give me more than 10 carries or 15, I'm going. So that's just kind of weird for me to look at that. And the total yards rushing is huge, but the single. Remember, I said individuals in this game need to get going, and the individual that got going was the quarterback, which the number one guy that we talked about as an individual that need to play well.
Don't forget about the wide receivers too. Like Ryan Wingo got going. That's important.
Yes.
You might not feel like the running backs got all of that going, and that's fine. But it wasn't just Arch Manning on the offense who had a good night.
And they protected him well.
Yeah, they held up in pass, bro.
Yeah, and once again, and Sark was right. They were playing defenses that, they would get out of, they would twist and do stuff. And I'm like, oh my God, somebody's going to gouge this group in the run game for some big yards as they're twisting and moving and getting caught in their moves, and getting double teamed.
Yeah. To your point about the running backs, and look, Texas ran way more gap blocking schemes than zone this week, which I think is the right move for them going forward. They did have 9 runs of at least 10 yards, which is good.
Yes.
They only had 1 run of more than 15 yards, which
is.
Yeah, we wanted to see more of that. Now, Ryan Wingo had 32 yards on his jet sweep.
Of course.
How about Matthew Caldwell? How about that run for him? 50 yards down the right side.
Yeah, that guy likes to escape and go, man.
He's an athlete,
make some plays with his feet.
Yeah, that's the longest run of the year for Texas by a lot.
Put him at tailback.
I mean, that was one of the funniest things ever because he was ahead of everybody on the Sam Houston defense. Now they were closing on him quick. He was not going to score, but I don't know if I've ever seen a player like instead of getting chased down from behind, like trying to pick up, 3, 4, 5 more yards. He ran out of bounds under his own accord. He's like, I'm out of gas, dude. I can't do this anymore.
He's a quarterback. That's what he's supposed. He's not supposed to take a hit. Why would you take a hit? You already ran 50 yards. You're not supposed to be. I'm not getting an extra 3 or 4 yards. That's crazy. Just slide on out.
I'm trying to score. It's not like I'm taking a hit from in front of me or to the side of me. It's like I think I can outrun these dudes. Maybe I can high step a little bit to get out of this diving tag.
He's a good 4'6", 4'7", and he used every bit of it. And he was out of gas. higher than 4'7"?
I think so.
Oh my God. He looked 4'7". Then as he slid out of bounds, I'm like, good job. I tell
Yeah.
running backs to do that. You run 50 like that, and
No,
if now
you
if
would
they don't have
never
an
tell your
angle on,
running back to go out of bounds. He's got a chance to maybe score if he keeps running, and instead just there's no one in front of you but run out of bounds. You would never tell a running back to do that.
dude, if you're about to get pummeled from the side,
He wasn't from the side. It was guys behind him. He didn't even want to chance it. I'm not mad at him. Believe me, it's a 50-yard run. We'll never complain about that. I don't think I've ever seen that where a guy is like,
he's a quarterback.
I'm out. I don't even want to take a
He's a
chance on
quarterback. You
this.
hit him on the legs, he'll trip and fall on his hand or his arm.
Oh man, it was that was funny. But yeah, that was the longest run of the day for Texas. Longest run of the year for Texas. So yeah, at least Wingo on the reverse. But you've been talking about that a lot. We obviously saw
Yeah,
Texas
need
do
more of
that a
that.
lot last year. That's a weapon. Don't just use that against Sam Houston. Like if you can get that guy going downhill,
Especially
then
early when he's really ready to go and he wants to get involved in the game. And
Mhm.
you've got those situations where you can sneak one on him. That's what you do. I mean, teams will be suckers like the Dallas Cowboys to fall for things like that. Double passes. You got to come out of your bag now. Now it's SEC play. You know what I'm
Well,
saying?
Texas could score 30 on the Cowboys right now. Let's just go ahead and say that.
They are so, dude. They are so bad.
They're really bad.
They're just lollipopping balls up for grabs, and the Cowboys can't do anything.
Yeah, that's
Oh yeah,
we talked about it on Friday. Like this is going to be the game where everyone's like, "Yes, that's the Caleb Williams that the Bears thought they
yes,
were getting with the number 1 overall pick." Like now he's officially arrived, and it's like, did you watch Russell Wilson play last night against the Chiefs? Remember, he's not very good, but a week
yeah.
prior against that Dallas defense, he's like fountain of youth, Hall of Famer Russell Wilson. And yeah, we'll talk about the Cowboys and the Bears
Oh
obviously
God,
later in
that's
the
so
show.
bad.
But yeah,
Yeah.
a lot of bad NFL football being played in the state of Texas right now. The college
Oh,
teams, Texas looks good, A&M looks good,
TCU,
TCU TCU is ranked in the top 25. Congrats to them
Texas
on their Iron
Tech.
Skillet victory. Texas Tech, huge win for them in Salt Lake City. So there's some good college football being played in our state, but there ain't a lot of good pro football being played in the Lone Star
No,
State right now. It's going to be some long Sundays for Cowboys and Texans fans for sure.
man,
I
oh
will
man.
I will say this though, Buck, one last thing about the Texas running backs here, because we gave some good numbers. Here's a number that I think bothers you. Here's a number I know bothers you. I've known you for a long time. Texas had just 2.25 yards after contact per carry. And that includes Ryan Wingo having 12 after contact because he broke a tackle and took it a little bit further. So the 2.25 includes the Ryan Wingo run, but obviously it includes all of your running back runs, which means, yeah, they weren't making a lot of guys miss and they weren't breaking tackles and turning short runs into long runs.
Right now, you're playing with just average running backs. I'll
Yeah,
give
I
them
agree.
average. That's
I
all
agree.
I'll give them. They're average. There's nothing sensational about any one of them. Clark, Gibson, the freshman. Yeah, you got to give him a break and a chance so he gets used to college play. But the other two guys have been around. They're just average runners.
Yeah.
And as for me, Gibson to me is just he's a fullback getting an opportunity to play tailback to find out what they're going to do with him over the next year or so when they go out and still recruit one of these great running backs that'll come here. But right now, they just have average guys playing running back, and you can't win a championship in the SEC with just average guys. Now, a lot of teams have average guys, but they may have better offensive lines.
Right. Well, you've got Trey Wisner. Again, that's the saving grace here. So the guys that you saw on Saturday are not going to be the guys that are trying to lead you to an
No,
SEC title. I mean, Texas should have won an SEC championship. Shoulda, coulda, woulda. I get it. But they were right there with Trey Wisner as the running back last year. So you feel like,
that
all
dude
right.
was above average. He was an above average
Yeah.
find, and
Yeah.
that's great. And that's great. The coach, the offensive line, whatever it was, he was above average. He was spectacular last year.
Yeah, that's the weird part, right? And it's just there are so many examples throughout human history where recruiting rankings don't always tell the whole
Yeah,
story. But of the all of the scholarship running backs that the Longhorns have on their roster, Trey Wisner was the lowest ranked coming out of high school.
absolutely.
And he is without question the best that they have. Now he's got more experience than obviously some of the younger guys, but yeah, like Texas has recruited that position well, at least on paper. And
Yes.
it's just, again,
But you
the
can't
three
hit
guys.
all the time. It's hard to hit on like
Sure.
a great one. Every once in a while you'll pop a great one. But it's right now they haven't hit on that. Those guys that they have right now are pretty average. And if you got an outstanding offensive line and a good quarterback and a good passing game, you can win a lot of games with those type of players. But they don't have a great offensive line. The quarterback's just getting settled in pretty good.
Yeah.
So that's the tough part of it,
Yeah, and I thought the offensive line played a lot better. You wonder if they actually improved or if it's just Sam Houston is that
Oh,
bad.
dude, those little kids that they were playing against. Once again, it's everything. Everything's going it was going in a positive direction because it had to go in a positive direction against the team that you were playing.
Yeah, I thought the offensive line blocked well enough for the runners to have better days. Again, we
Sure.
mentioned they had 9 runs of over 10 yards. I feel like most of those were blocked. Like they weren't because running backs made a few guys miss and then they turned a 2-yard gain into a 12-yard gain. I thought there were some pretty gaping holes on Saturday, which again, the opponent's the opponent.
And Christian Clark has a nice lean to him, BK, on contact. That's why you'd expect him to get, yards after contact. I would expect him because he doesn't have that shake ability that, the young kid has. But the young kid just doesn't have enough carries yet.
Mm-hmm.
If you just told the other guys, this is going to be my guy, a bunch of you guys aren't playing today. I'm giving him 20-some carries. He would shake loose on a guy. He would get loose on somebody, I believe. The rest of them aren't shaking anybody.
Yeah. I think James Simon may have the most potential, at least right now, of those 3, pep boys.
And once again, Trey Wisner, you just don't know what guys are like when they come back from knees, hamstrings, those kind of injuries. You just don't know what they're willing to how hard they're willing to plant their foot and everything else. They've been working hard enough so that they can just get into games, but the games are different than practices.
Sure. Well, the good news for Trey Wisner, and again, we don't know exactly how severe the hamstring injury is or was, but his last game was August 30th against Ohio State. The next game
that's
he'll
a
play.
long time, brother.
Well, I mean, I'm spinning that as a glass half full. And he's got plenty of time to figure it out because Texas's next game isn't until October 4th. So he'll have more than a month of just sitting and resting. And I'm sure he's been doing some stuff in practice, and obviously that'll ramp up these next couple of weeks. But he's had ample time. That's the beauty of playing these teams in weeks 2 through 4 is that you don't have to rush a guy back because you were never in danger of losing any of these.
I agree.
Games.
You're right.
So hopefully, he is as close to 100% as you could possibly be. All right, we've got plenty of sound from Steve Sarkeesian. Obviously, more thoughts on Arch Manning's strong performance, the Texas offense, strong performance, the defense. I mean, it all looked really good. 55-0, the Longhorns taking care of business and a nice confidence booster going into the bye. Before we dive back into some Longhorn football, how about our first round of sponsor shout-outs?
So our good friends over at Relax the Back. And I want to once again continue to thank Relax the Back and the people there for getting me into this wonderful chair I have, this office chair, because my back has been struggling. I mean, really, gone to the back doctor and everything else. And sitting in this chair really gives me an awful lot of comfort with my lower back. And for years, my back has been bad, but for years I've been in this Relax the Back chair and it's given me the comfort that I need. My back couldn't be happier. They have those incredible massage chairs there, zero gravity recliners, Tempur-Pedic pillows and mattresses, incredible accessories. So if anything with your shoulders and your neck and your back and your lumbar area start to act up, please send whoever you care about to Relax the Back. They've got 2 wonderful locations, one in the Hill Country Galleria across from Whole Foods, and in North Austin at the Gateway Shopping Center, right across the street from the Container Store. Live pain-free sometimes, like the Buck, with Relax the Back.
Yes, love Relax the Back. Also love McCall Custom Homes as well. We trust our homes to McCall Custom Homes, and you should too. Custom home builders and renovators that have been here in Central Texas for 40 years. That's right. It's a father-son team with tons of experience, and all of that experience has happened right here in our own backyard. So they know what it takes to turn a Central Texas home into something truly special. Kitchen remodel, bathroom renovation. Maybe you want to add some new life to your outdoor space. The Buck just got a putting green at his place hooked up by McCall Custom Homes.
And the net, and the hitting net.
And the hitting net. Boom. You golfers out there. You're tired of your wife or husband yelling at you for going to the range all the time. Just get it built in your own yard. Boom.
Absolutely.
The way you're around. You don't have to be the absentee father. You could be the father who's there.
Teaching your kid how to play golf, making some coin.
Yeah, turn your kids into the next Tiger Woods.
Turn your grandkids. I'm going to get my granddaughter out there and turn her into, I don't know.
Yeah, be Tiger Woods' dad. That guy was respectful to women and people.
Out there with the shotgun and they're getting ready to putt and pull the trigger, let it see if they can still make the putt. Yes, sir.
Oh, man. I don't know if McCall Custom Homes wants us saying any of that, but we love our buddy Mike and his great team. Right now, they're offering free estimates to TSU listeners. You can have them out to your place risk-free, and they'll talk about their vision, but more importantly, they'll hear you talk about your vision, and y'all can go from there. McCallCustomHomesATX.com, or you could call or text Mike directly, 512-633-9580. It's McCall Custom Homes. We build value into your home.
And folks, if you're seeking specialized patient-focused orthopedic care, contact our friends and the experts at Texas Orthopedics. Their physicians offer surgical and non-surgical orthopedic care for children and adults. I talked to Dr. Danny. He hooked me up with a back doctor. I went to see a specialist on Friday. My back is feeling great. They gave me the medication and some of the things that I need to do to help my back. But believe me, trauma care, when it comes to sports medicine, and of course, joint replacement, the guys there are the best. Their goal is to get you right back into good health and the great quality of life that you deserve. It's not all about surgery. Sometimes that orthopedic care can be get into some rehab, which I will be doing. But folks, Texas Orthopedics is absolutely the very best. They're the largest independent orthopedic practice in the state of Texas. For more information, go to txortho.com.
Yes, sir. And it's a Monday after a Longhorn victory, which means we've got a Cabo Bob's catering gift card to give away.
Oh, the randomizer's cranking it up today.
The randomizer is booting now. It will be ready to roll at 9 o'clock, but you've got a chance to enter to win a $150 Cabo Bob's catering gift certificate. All you have to do to register is send us a text, any text on the Coda text line, 512-222-9328. It's one entry per number. So even if you text us 100 times, one entry per phone number. But you send us a text before 9 o'clock and you will be entered to win that $150 catering gift card from our great friends at Cabo Bob's.
No party at my green. No party in my backyard.
Why not?
I don't see people out there with a six-pack on the other side of my fence at the putting green. Every day I look over, I'm thinking, where are the kids from the neighborhood that are going to be out there pulling up the turf, slamming balls off my turf there into my net? It's all good. It's all good. Just give me a call if you need some putt. If you need putting lessons, call me.
Oh,
if I'll tell you this, if you need to bring your son or daughter over for some putting lessons, I'm really, really cheap, but I'm really, really good and very patient with kids.
Sounds creepy.
What? Very patient with kids?
What are your qualifications for being a putting coach?
I make a lot of putts. I putt a lot and I make a lot of putts.
That's an opinion.
And plus, I'm an education major with a minor in special ed. So I have a lot of patience for regular kids and kids that have special needs. Bring them over. I will show them how to putt. Okay. We'll work that out. And the price, way cheaper than a really putting instructor.
Yeah, way cheaper than someone who really knows what they're doing. Drop your kids off at my place. I'll take care of them. No problem at all.
They'll hang out with the big dog. They'll have a great time.
I'm going to drive by your place. I'm going to see you like Chubbs working with Happy Gilmore just behind him, like sway the hips. It's going to be you with some 8-year-old kid.
Oh, no. I'm not. Come on now.
Oh, my gosh.
Chubbs.
That's great. All right, diving back into the Texas Longhorns 55-0 win over Sam Houston. Let's hear from the head coach. Plenty of sound from Sark's post-game presser, and that's the last we'll hear from Steve Sarkeesian for a while. Of course, the open date on Saturday, so I don't believe there will be a press conference today or this Thursday. So I think next Monday will be the next time we hear from Sark. Let me double-check that, though. But we do have sound from the post-game. Here's Sark. The end of his introductory statement Saturday night.
Kind of hitting our stride at the right time, heading into a bye, but really just proud of our players, that they really stayed focused on the task at hand, and they continued to work when maybe we weren't getting all of the results we were looking for in all three phases, but they just came back to work again this week, and I commended them for that. I thought they played together as a team tonight. They were really well connected. They were pulling for one another on all three phases, and when the backups got in, they were pulling for those guys, and I think that's what makes our team special and unique. There's a real connectivity that these guys have with one another, and I thought it showed in our play tonight, and we're going to need that moving forward. You know, we're obviously got the bye, and we'll head into SEC play, and we're going to need all three phases, and we're going to need everybody on this roster to contribute to the success that we're trying to have.
Yeah, they're going to need, like I said, sometimes there's in a team sport, you have to have some individuals that stand out. They're going to need to do that in SEC play. The individual players that are supposed to be stars have to stand out. They just have to play well. It makes the whole team play well. If they don't play well, the team's not going to do well. So the individuals that you expect to be stars on this football team, they have to turn right back into stars now. All the old easy shit is over with now. It's done. There's no more Sam Houstons or San Jose's or I don't care who the teams that they've been playing. It's now over. The stars have to shine from this point on in SEC play. And I'm talking about the bad SEC teams.
Sure.
Your stars have to play up to their capabilities. You can't come back on a Monday with us and say, oh, such and such had 2 tackles today. Or the other guy he only had 2 catches and 3 drops. That can't happen anymore. If you want to get to a championship level, you want to make this playoff deal, you have to be really, really good from this point on. And now that you can get away from football for a little bit, BK, there's no excuses for not. This team was talented. This was the number 1 team in the nation in the beginning of the season. So this is a great opportunity at 3-1 to take a blow, sit back for a week. They're going to get, I don't know when they got to show up today, obviously, for film work and stuff. But there'll be a day or two that they'll just kind of get away from football. As I said, do some class stuff, hang out with their friends. But then towards the end of the week, you start to get back into it. And then for next week, you're in full flight as your stars have to look themselves in the mirror and become stars again.
Yeah, well, it's good that they can take a day or 2 off.
Absolutely.
And, if they didn't play well on Saturday night, I don't know if they would get that luxury.
I would agree. I would agree totally. My whole mindset as a coach and a head coach or a position coach would have been, no, coach, they don't need tomorrow off. They need to be with us.
Yeah. If this was like 35-17 instead of 55-0, then it's
absolutely
just a completely different vibe, both in that locker room, but obviously around the entire program as well.
Yeah. That would be a lot. That would be a lot on them. It wouldn't seem like they had a week off at all during the football season. Well, that's too bad because you've had 3 weeks off of the teams you've been playing, and you needed to play well. So I just think this is a good time for them to have off. This is a good week for them.
Yeah, well, 2 weeks to prepare for the start of conference play, and obviously a pretty tough 5-game stretch that you have because you'll play 5 in a row without a week off before your next week off. And 4 of those games are away from Austin. So it's a very important stretch. It's kind of a weird scheduling quirk that the Longhorns have to deal with this year. Or obviously their next 4 games are all away from Austin. That 5th game is on November 1st against Vanderbilt. That's the next DKR game. But yeah, these next 4 games all away from the ATX. Obviously some big ones, and you need to be buttoned up and ready to roll when you hit the wheel or hit the plane.
Yeah, you got, and the team that they're playing right now, like I said, they're reeling, and they're really reeling offensively and defensively. They had a lot of guys that didn't have a chance to play. They had like 3 defensive linemen out for the Miami game. And as I said, the ones that they brought in, they got rolled up, and a couple of those guys even got hurt. So, they'll have a couple guys back in 2 weeks, but man, they still are athletic. They got good-looking players.
Well, here's the deal, and we'll spend a lot of time talking about Florida. I don't want to dive into it too much because we've got like 10 shows to talk about this game. But Florida looks like one of the worst teams in the SEC. I don't think they're the worst, but they're not very good. Everyone's talking about their coach getting fired like today.
Yes.
And they're 1-3. I think they're the only SEC team with 3 losses right now. So you're talking about trying to win a conference championship. That's a game you go out there and win.
Yes.
Like obviously you don't win a conference title by starting 1-0 in your conference. You got a lot of work to do after that. But that's, you lose to this Florida team, then it's easy to see a few more losses with the better SEC competition that Texas will be playing after that.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, I mean, some of these teams, and plus you get a Vandy coming here who's hot right now. You got to have everything.
Hell with Vandy, you don't look like Oklahoma's way before Vandy.
Yeah.
Talking about the Oklahoma game the week after the Florida game.
Who are they, though? Come on, really?
Yeah.
It's OU.
As long as they don't bring the refs who are there in Norman on Saturday afternoon to the Cotton Bowl, then I still like Texas's chances. But if they're going to bring those guys who are just overturning touchdowns for Auburn that they shouldn't be overturning and then just completely ignoring the rules to gift Oklahoma a free touchdown, like if those guys are the guys who are there in Dallas, then we could be in trouble.
What officials were they? That was kind of bad, wasn't it?
That was horrible. I mean, look, Auburn messed up a lot on their own. Jackson Arnold got sacked 10 times in that game.
Yeah, that was like an NCAA record or whatever it was. It was a record for OU. I know that. 10 sacks.
So Jackson Arnold, here's a fun piece of trivia for 10, 20, 30 years down the road. Jackson Arnold now owns 2 Oklahoma records. He owns the record of most times sacked as an Oklahoma quarterback in one game.
Oh, my God.
And he also owns the record for most times that Oklahoma has sacked an opposing quarterback in one game.
Wow.
That's impressive stuff right there for Jackson Arnold. Yeah, look, OU's good. They're obviously much better than last year, but they got some help. They got a lot of help from the Zebras on Saturday, and Auburn fans are feeling like they were robbed of an opportunity to get what would have been a huge road victory for Hugh
Speaking
Freeze.
of average running backs, they got a couple there at their place too. So this defense should eat up their run game.
Oklahoma. Yeah. I mean, it's two really good defenses, and everyone's going to be talking about Arch versus John Mateer when we get there. But these defenses are the best parts of both of these teams right now. So
dude, John Mateer is a little guy.
I
mean, he's not Kyler Murray little guy, but he's a little guy.
He's okay. How tall and how girthy do you think John Mateer is?
I think he's part model. I think he looks like a guy that could be modeling. I think he probably weighs 175, 6 foot 175, and modeling, I don't know, maybe jeans and shirts and things like that.
Part model.
Yeah.
Think he's a good-looking guy?
Yeah, he's a handsome young man with like a little male model body, trying to run the ball and lower his shoulder on guys.
I asked you how tall and how wide you think he was, and you said he's a model.
Yeah, he's not. He doesn't have big shoulders.
Started talking about
shoulders
his looks.
That have to fit. Huh?
Started talking about his looks when I asked you about his.
Okay,
game.
He's 6 foot, and he's not. He doesn't have round shoulders.
Okay,
but he runs like he's a round-shouldered guy.
He runs like he's fat, but he is actually a model.
Yeah,
not a plus-size model. They do have plus-size models these days, by the way. Don't discriminate against them.
Well, he's not plus size. He's just regular. He's a regular model size.
Fat.
What is he? He's 6 foot?
John Mateer is listed at 6'1", 224.
That dude is not 224 pounds.
You said he was, 6 feet, 175? You're 50 pounds off.
That guy is not that guy.
Man.
He's a little bit taller than I am.
You're putting him on Ozempic or something here.
We're not buying. He'll get smashed if he tries to run the ball.
Well, he ran it a lot against Auburn, and I mean he's been their best runner. You talk about Arch Manning being the Longhorns' best runner. There's no doubt John Mateer has been the Sooners' best runner here this year.
They have to, boy, because they have nobody to hand it off to. At least the Horns have average backs. Those guys that they're handing it to, I don't know where they get. Those guys are on campus. Those are guys that are showing up on campus, going to school all week, and then showing up in the locker room as just regular campus football players, you know?
So
walk-ons.
We were doing our pregame show at Schultz Garden. By the way, shout out to Schultz Garden for.
What is great to meet some of the folks there. Saturday. It was nice. A lot of folks we met, some first time, they've been listening to us, and some long times have been listening to us. That was great to see those folks.
Yeah, great turnout out there. But they had the Auburn-Oklahoma game on the giant screen at Schultz Garden, but like we were blocked off. There were so many people there that we couldn't really see what was happening. And I haven't gone back and rewatched that Auburn-OU game. Might be doing that in services the next couple of days, celebrating the high holidays. But,
yes, yeah, and I will be, and I, of course, I celebrate with you.
Yeah, absolutely. Oklahoma's rushing stats, I didn't realize they were this bad. 26 carries for 32 yards.
Yeah, I'm telling you, those guys are campus dudes all week long, and then they have a contest, and whoever wins the contest, it's like the randomizer. They get to play for Oklahoma on Saturday.
We're not losing to them.
We'll see.
We're not losing to them. The fun's
It's hard
over.
for me to ever say that, but we'll see. Let's see how we come out of Florida. Let's see who shows up for the Florida game.
I'm not losing to them. Shout out to Shannon for the super chat this morning, by the way. Did you come see your peeps in Section 4? I was walking around. I was in Section 4. I was in Section 7. I was in Section 8. I was in Section 25. I was in Section 119.
Do you see the drinking girl around? You see the drinking baby?
Dude, that's why I was walking around as much as I was.
Trying to find her?
Like I knew Texas had this game in the bag. Like, all right, Matthew Caldwell's in. Let's go take some laps here. And I couldn't find her. Maybe she left early.
Her brother drove her home. He was too drunk.
Maybe she was in a suite.
She could be in a suite life after all the publicity she's gotten.
I was about to say, like
You want to take care of her. She has her own bathroom up there.
We have turned her into a star. So maybe she's got the sweet life now. I don't know.
She had the sweet life, yeah.
Maybe
Good
so.
for her.
Maybe so. All right, no, I did not see her, but yeah, interesting numbers for Oklahoma. More sound from Steve Sarkeesian here. Let's dive back into Arch Manning's performance. I mean, he was elite on Saturday, and I get it. The opponent is who the opponent is.
Yeah, don't get too carried away. He needed to be elite.
Let me just say this, Buck. Arch Manning became the first SEC quarterback with 200 passing yards, 2 rushing touchdowns, and an 80% completion percentage in a half since 2018. Okay? You think about some of these teams that SEC teams play. A lot of FCS cupcakes in those games.
They got them on their schedule. Week 11 has been a beauty for them forever.
Sam Houston, they might be one of the worst teams in FBS this year. This is not an argument that they're good, but Arch Manning
they are the worst team.
And maybe Arch Manning did something that no quarterback in this conference has done in 7 years. So again, that goes to the point about the skill set. Now it's one game. We need to see him do it for more than one game. And obviously we need to see him do it against much better defenses. But like, not only was he just really good, like he was really, really good and was putting up numbers that no quarterback in this conference has put up in more than a half decade.
Yeah, he needed to have that game. He really did. And he got it. So it's not that he played against, I don't know, the 9th graders, but from the neighborhood. It's not that he played against, but he did well against them in every phase of the game. He was good. It was accurate. He was good. He looked like he was leading the team. He was excited to play. He was excited about getting good. They play with a little bit of speed, I thought. And then no matter who you play, you have to look like you're confident. We talked about confidence and poise, and that's what they look like on Saturday.
Agreed.
So they didn't play down to the competition. You can't say that. The only part playing down is the stupid penalties. And forget about it. We know that's who they are. That's who they are now. They're going to have to overcome penalties in games to win games in certain times where they're going to have such a stupid amount of penalties, dumb penalties, but they're going to have to overcome that. That's part of their DNA. That's what they do. That's how they win and lose. But he played fast, which was important. He played accurate, and he led the team, and he needed that. No matter who he played against, he did the right thing happen for him.
No doubt. 18 of 21, 309 yards passing, 5 total touchdowns. That was one of my bold predictions during our pregame show. I thought Arch Manning would score 5 touchdowns. He did, 3 through the air, 2 on the ground. No turnovers, too. That may be the biggest positive of all of the positives from QB1's game on Saturday.
Absolutely. No silly passes that could have got him in trouble. had a little tip ball, but I mean, that's about it. No ridiculous passes like, all right, I can't believe you threw that. You threw that late. He was on time. He was on rhythm. That was great to see. Like you said, the offensive line, of course, they should have protected him well. I don't care what kind of front Sark is going to tell you that they play. They better be able to protect those guys.
Yeah, and I was really impressed. I mean, you're right. For the most part, Arch had clean pockets on Saturday night, but his last touchdown pass, the second one to Ryan Wingo, not the deep bomb to start the third quarter, but, sort of the slant route in the red zone. I mean, Arch Manning took a shot. Like Sam Houston brought a blitz, and there was a free rusher right in Arch Manning's face, and he knew he was going to have to take a hit to make a play. He stepped up, delivered a perfect ball to Ryan Wingo over the middle, and took a shot to do it. But like that maybe was my favorite play from Arch Manning on Saturday. There's a lot to choose from, but yeah, when you have clean pockets and you're going against a secondary like that, okay, you should be able to dissect them. But you got a free rusher right in your face. You don't have a lot of time. You know you're about to get crushed. What can you do in that situation? And Arch dropped just a perfect ball, a dart right over the middle of Ryan Wingo into the end zone for a touchdown. So there were some positive plays, obviously, mixed in with that tremendous stat line.
Yeah, as I said, I'm glad they had the week off. They have a bye week, but boy, when you got in rhythm like this, it would be nice if your team was healthy and you were playing again the following week. But for them, it's about health reasons. They have to have a runner ready to go in SEC play, whether it's Florida or anybody in the SEC. You can't just go in there and just throw the drop back and pass. Got to have a runner to take some of the pressure off this offense. And like I said, getting another week for the two guys in hamstrings is a good thing. They got to be ready to go. They can't walk in there with just average. The guys I see running right now, that's not good enough.
Now, back to Arch Manning here. Here's some more Steve Sarkeesian sound talking about, look, Arch obviously played with confidence. He obviously played with emotion. He's getting dunked on for showing some emotion. I mean, the kid's going to get dunked on for everything he does. It's just how it goes with Arch Manning. But here's Sark in the post game talking about Arch Manning, playing with a little bit of swagger Saturday night.
I always say this about Arch, there's a lot more personality in there than sometimes everyone gets to see. I always feel like he's a little bit at his best when that emotion kind of comes out some. I think there was a lot built up in there, obviously from last week that he needed to get out. But inevitably, I think the guys feed off of that from him, and it's one of his strengths. And he's a very cerebral guy in his approach and in his preparation. But at his core, I think when he plays a little looser, a little bit more free, that's the best version of Arch. That's when he's really at his best. And it's a fine line because we want him to prepare. We want him to stay within the confines of the offense. But at the same token, when he's cutting it loose and playing, I sometimes I feel like that's when he's really at his best. And so I always remind him, sometimes I think he's got a little more of his grandpa in him than maybe his uncles at times, because that style of play for him is his style. He doesn't have to try to be somebody else. And we try to play to his strengths today and utilize his legs in the low red, took our shots down the field. He got the ball out of his hands. And so all in all, it was a good game for him. But to me, it was a good week for him. The build up to the game was reminiscent of the way he practiced. And so that's the goal, right? When you practice really well, taking practice to the game and you have some success.
Well, it's hard to do anything and not be yourself, and if that's who that kid is, if he is the guy that wants to stand over you and flex a little bit, it's hard to hold that back, and play the game of football. Guys hit you, guys talk shit to you. I mean, I guarantee you guys on Sam Houston were talking about, oh, you're the great Arch Manning, Heisman. I mean, how much shit they were talking to that guy on every play when they came close to him. And he can't, he's got to be careful of, oh yeah, I don't want, I got NIL deal. I got to be careful of being too boisterous or too animated, and sometimes maybe that's just who you are, as he said, it's hard sometimes to be yourself, but it's hard to play not being yourself.
Mm-hmm.
It's hard to try to be within yourself and you just can't let it loose. And as Sark is saying, maybe he's more of that guy. Well, then play like that. I don't give a rat's ass. If you want to get a 15-yarder and you're winning the game every once in a while because you want to stand over a guy or flex, who gives a rat's ass? I don't care if it's Sam Houston, Florida, Georgia. If that's who you are, I don't need you to get a bunch of 15-yard penalties. But if you want to jump in a guy's face for getting close to your knees or all that, I mean, you got to be yourself. It's just hard. It's a hard sport not to be yourself because guys are being themselves on the defensive side,
All right. Yeah, I can tell you that, look, everyone has an opinion on Arch Manning, standing over that Sam Houston defender after that touchdown and, kind of talking smack right down on him. Here's a still shot if you don't know what we're talking about, but I think everybody kind of knows what we're talking about. Everyone's got an opinion. So people are supporting it. More people are saying, oh, it was classless and it was pathetic. And, oh, that's not the flex you think it is. It's Sam Houston. That guy's going to be an insurance agent in a couple of years. Like, why are you talking to? I could tell you what, Buck, there's not a single person inside that locker room who's unhappy with Arch Manning for this.
Oh, no, that's part of him being he's probably like that at practice. But he understands all the stuff within him he's had to hold in. And sometimes it's going to come out. And, for me, let it out. Just play. Let it out. Be yourself.
Yeah, everybody in that locker room, like that's the type of confidence, that's the type of swagger that they want to see from their quarterback. Like that's what you rally around. That galvanizes you. When your quarterback is playing loose and playing free and showing some emotion, that's an easy guy to back. That's an easy guy to go to war for. So everyone on the outside world has their opinion on this. So that's fine. Everyone's entitled to their own opinion. But I'm telling you, everybody inside that locker room loved seeing this type of emotion from Arch Manning because
they've seen it at practice. They've seen him have that swagger.
Yeah.
They've seen him around away from football be that kind of guy. And that's hard for him can't do that on every play. That's hard to do every play. You can't, but you got to when you make big plays, you got to let it loose. You got to be you.
He looked like he was having fun, Buck.
Well, that's it. Yes. Because that is the whole thing. That's how you play the game.
We've talked about that a lot with Arch Manning. At times, it just didn't look like he was having much fun out there. And it's like the games are supposed to be fun. The practice is the hard work, but the games, it's like when you actually get to go enjoy yourself. It just looked like Arch Manning was having a terrible time through the first 3 games of the year. So he's out there being loose. He's having fun. That's what the coaches want to see. That's what his teammates want to see. And, I'm with you. I got no problem with it at all.
No, and he knows he can't do that all the time. But he knows there's guys, like I said, guys come by him on the way back to their defensive huddle. They did get close to, like you said, that blitzer who he let it go for a touchdown. You don't think that guy was talking crap when he hit him? Those guys, they talk all the time on defense.
Oh, the funny part is, like, it's not just the guys on defense. I mean, you're right, Buck, of course. But, like, everybody has had an opinion on Arch Manning's first 3 games this year. And
Absolutely.
He's just been getting dunked on by everyone and their mother. Everyone's been talking trash to Arch. And the first time Arch Manning talks trash to somebody, classless. What a horrible person. Put him in jail. Tar him, feather him, make him do the Game of Thrones walk of shame.
Look at him talk to that Pop Warner kid. That's just not right.
It's like, it's just, everything Arch Manning does. We've known this. I mean, the kid lost his student ID on his first month of campus, in his first month on campus, and it was front page news. So everything Arch Manning does, good, bad, indifferent, is going to be a headline. And here's another example of that.
I don't give a rat's ass as long as he wins the game.
Yeah, he plays incredibly well. He does everything everybody wants him to do. Everyone's been complaining because he hasn't been that good. He looks amazing on Saturday. What's the biggest story? Not that he looks amazing on Saturday. No, because he flexed over a kid after running him over for a touchdown.
Now, I mean, these aren't the fans of Texas, right?
There's some Texas fans who are not happy, but it's way more the haters, the Texas haters and the national media who's having something to say on this.
Yeah, if that guy would have completed 8 passes, they would be all over him.
Yeah.
Against Sam
Oh, my God. Yeah, if he had another bad game, it's the number 1 story. It's like Arch Manning sucks again. He's overrated. He was only a 5-star because his last name's Manning. He played against a bunch of special needs kids in high school, and that's why his stats were so good. It's like that's been the conversation all year. And Arch Manning finally let me shut some people up. And then he does that, and it's like, what a loser. I could say all the bad things about him, but he says something bad to somebody else, then no, he's in the wrong. I'm in the right. That guy, he sucks. It's like, come on, man. What are we doing here?
Yeah, it's good that it's just good that he got an opportunity to get better, and it was a game where we talked about that he was the main guy who had to get better, and he did it. So I got nothing to get. I don't care who it is. We knew who it was. We knew who it was in the pregame show, and I said that guy is the number one guy who has to get better. The stars have to shine, but that guy right there has to really play well, and he did.
He did. Yeah, and
the offensive line played well. You know how I am about the running backs because I'm always going to be critical until I see something special. So that's just me. Sorry about that, folks. You're not going to get me talking about guys that we had this many yards rushing when you should have had this many individuals rushing for that. So I'm not jumping up and down about that. The offensive line I thought played well. As you said, the receivers they did what they had to do. What did Moore end up with?
DeAndre Moore had 5 catches for 79 yards.
Okay.
Yeah.
Tight end entries, how did he do?
I don't think Jack Injuries had a catch. 13 different Longhorns caught a ball on Saturday, and Jack Injuries wasn't one of them.
That's odd.
Everything was working. I won't be too critical. I mean, Arch Manning was spreading the love a little bit, and a few other tight ends caught passes. Jordan Washington had a touchdown, his first of his
it seems like they got like 4 or 5 guys that they bring in now.
Yeah. I mean, again, Buck, they played 75 players in this game. So it's not going to be that way when you're not winning games 55-0. But yeah, they were rotating. I mean, I think Anthony Hill had like 20 snaps in this game. And it's like, you don't need to play your guys. You can give them basically a half night off when you're playing against a team like Sam Houston. So
sure.
Some of the individual numbers, I mean, Arch Manning could have gone for 500 yards in that game if he played all 4 quarters. A couple of guys could have had much better stat lines if they played more, but they were, again, 75 guys played. 25 true freshmen played in this football game. So good to see some guys make their Texas debuts. We talked about Jordan Washington scoring his first touchdown. Christian Clark had his first career touchdown. KJ Lacey came in at the end of the game, completed his first career pass. Nick Brooks played. Jamie French played. I mean, it was a lot. So that was another positive of the many positives from Saturday night. All right. More sound from Steve Sarkeesian coming up. One more on Arch. And also he was asked if he feels like his team is ready for SEC play. So we'll let you hear from the head coach here in a bit. But before we dive back into that, how about another round of sponsor shout-outs?
So our friends over at the League Kitchen and Tavern with their 4 great locations, Lakeway, Belterra, Bee Caves, and Avery Ranch. It's a good week to head on over to the League Kitchen and Tavern, which I will do it sometimes because I'll get my favorite, the Cobb salad that they have. But folks, they've got chef-inspired comfort food made from scratch, local, of course, local markets that they get their products from and their produce. And it is absolutely fantastic. Hawaiian wings, they've got the great burgers there, the pulled pork sliders, teriyaki, glazed pork chops, Cobb salad, and all-day breakfast, BK. That's what I'm talking about, all-day breakfast. I may hit that at noon today. It's just weird for me to say this. And I know for you, you can't have any pork. You're coming up on no pork, none of that good stuff probably. The bacon there is unbelievable. I mean, I'm a bacon connoisseur, I can tell where there's really good bacon. Too crispy is not good. Not well done is not good, but there's a certain in between. And for some odd reason, at the League Kitchen and Tavern, when they serve me, when I get that breakfast at lunchtime or in the afternoons, the bacon is so tasty. I mean, it just kind of melts in your mouth tasty. Got to have good bacon, and they've got that at the League Kitchen and Tavern. And plus, they've got a happy hour from 3 to 6 each and every day, Thursday, prime to wine. That's half-price bottles of wine with the great prime rib dinner that they have there. So check out the League Kitchen and Tavern. Once again, they got locations all over the area, so you can catch them at any place in our area. As a matter of fact, Lakeway, Belterra, Bee Caves, and Avery Ranch are the spots for the League Kitchen and Tavern.
Yeah, bacon is an art form. Not everybody can.
It really is. Yeah. It really is. I get when I do it at home with my wife, we get it from the farmer's market. And I didn't see you Saturday morning. I was there. I was at the farmer's market. That's right.
I told you I wasn't going.
I wanted you to be there, man. I saw a lot of little puppies there. I got there so early that the tents weren't up. I was like a little disappointed. I'm like, come on, somebody get these eggs out. I got 24 fresh eggs there. It was eggs are
We're in
different.
Austin. We're in Austin. There's always tents up somewhere. You could have walked another block and found a few tents if you were looking for those.
Yeah, the hippies were out early, man. It was
Mm,
great. Sorry
love
about
that.
that, hippies. I'm a black hippie at heart, so it was. I was there. I had shorts on, BK. I had shorts and a t-shirt, and I'm just out there in Publix with my short and t-shirt on, back hurting. I was almost going to bring a cane. I brought my own little satchel, like I see the folks at the farmers market have.
Yeah.
Brought my own little personal satchel there.
We're
I'm gonna
learning
get
a
one
lot
today.
of we're learning a lot about you today.
Yeah.
You're a black hippie.
Hey,
You're a bacon
had that on.
connoisseur.
Had this on.
Did you rock the buck off hat this
I rocked
weekend?
the box. But yeah, people are like, the hell does that mean? Because if it hits at a certain angle, it doesn't look like a B. It looks like an F.
That's the beauty of that hat right
Oh
there.
my God.
You still have the sticker on that thing? You wore that with the sticker on it?
Aren't you supposed to do that? Isn't that like a new thing?
Oh my God.
Well, the hippies didn't know. They didn't know. They just looked at it and said, buck off. And then they smiled. It was all good.
Black hippie, bacon connoisseur, and youth putting instructor.
Yes.
That's on today's show. We still have 50 minutes left, and we've learned all of that.
And I don't like get behind your kids and your kids are down low. I don't do all that. I'm in front of them. I know I'm doing it.
It's all in the hips, kid. It's all in the hips.
I'm in the front. I'm on the front side. I can talk them into a good position. I don't have to be that. Or if your girlfriends or your wives want to learn how to putt, I'm not going to be, well, maybe I will. Maybe I have to do a little bit better job. So yes, maybe. Not with your kids. I'll be right in front on one knee talking to the kids about positioning. But if you bring a wife or a girlfriend over, that's a little bit different.
What are you going to do with them?
Well, I have to go behind them and help them with their grip.
Got it.
All right. So I'll send them back to you with a big smile on their face.
Ah, yes. And some putting lessons too.
And no, I can't take more than 2 kids at a time. Don't try to dump your neighborhood on me. I know what some people are saying. They said, you didn't tell me the number of kids that I could bring up. No, the number is 2.
Oh my gosh. All right. Shout out. I don't even know how we got there. Some more sponsor shout outs here. How about a word from our great friends at Covert Bee Cave?
You see Covert everywhere. It's that personal level of just feeling like it's a personal family interaction.
The customer service, it's impeccable. It's unlike anything I've ever experienced buying a car.
Over the 30 years that I've been buying cars from them, I feel like I know them and they know me.
Covert's done an amazing job of making me feel valued. If you purchase a vehicle and you want to feel like you're part of a family, join the Covert family.
Come and experience it for yourself.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
By the way, it was great to see, like I said, to see a bunch of folks down there at Schultz's Beer Garden. But it's good. I got a chance to go over and talk to the great one, Earl Campbell. He looks good. Earl had some couple struggles. You know, he missed a couple of the tilts there last year. He looked fantastic. He was in great spirits. Boy, they were buying Earl Campbell stuff. Man.
Yeah.
And he's got it all. He's got gear. He's got Oiler gear. He has pictures and everything else. They were all over Earl this Saturday.
Yeah. Earl's at Schultz Garden for every home game.
Yes.
And it was jam-packed. I actually talked to Earl for a couple minutes after you left. Took a picture with him as well. But, yeah, good to see Earl. He's doing well, man. He's doing well. I thought when you said – go ahead.
I got all these jerseys. I don't have an Earl Campbell jersey. You know, I've got Ricky. I've got Gale Sayers. I've got Ricky. I have all the running backs that have played with me, the 8 or 9 guys in the NFL that have played for me from Boston College on. But I don't have an Earl. I mean, Tony Dorsett didn't play for me. I just know him. Gale Sayers never played it down for me. He's just one of the greatest, I thought, ever. But I don't have Earl's jersey. I got to get one of those.
You pay $200 at Schultz Garden, you can get you an.
That's okay.
Earl Campbell.
It'll be worth it. It'll be worth it.
Maybe because you're he would sign one for free. That would make sense.
Yeah, maybe I can get one. Yeah, it's just I need to have that. I need to have that in my weight room. And then my wife will yell at me because she goes, "What are you going to do with all these pictures? What happens when you die?" I said, "Well, somebody will take these. I guarantee you. Somebody will come. My son or somebody will come. They'll take these and do something with them." My wife, after she's done going to see her mother at 97 and getting rid of all her mother's stuff, thinks now is the time for me to start, getting rid of shit. Maybe since my back hurts, maybe I should start thinking about dying.
Yeah, why is your wife trying to put you in the ground right now?
I don't know.
You just turned 70, not 100.
Yeah, I know,
You
but
got plenty of years left. Why is she trying to get rid of you already?
she's a minimalist.
She's a
She's one of
minimalist.
she's one of those people
That's
that don't like a lot of stuff. Me, I'm a dude. I like shit. I like a lot of stuff.
I feel like y'all are the opposite. I feel like the stereotype is that the women like the stuff and the men don't really care for it.
Oh no, that's no. As they start to get older, as they women start to get older, they start thinking about the stuff that they've had to go through for their parents and how hard it is. I mean, and that's just a part of the rotation, I believe. You have to go to your parents' place and look at the stuff that you know you don't want, but you may find one thing, that really, really matters to you. Or you may find two things, but she thinks, no, you got to get rid of it. You don't want your kids to come up in the attic and see all that stuff. I'm like, isn't that what it's about?
Yeah.
Don't they have to
circle
do
of life? Yeah, you raised them for
Yeah.
18 years, You
They
raised
don't
them
want
for your whole life.
believe me, they don't want any of your furniture. You can get rid of that shit. They don't want anything that you think was nice furniture at the time. They don't want any of that. But there's some old clothes, there's some old, there's pictures and things like that. If they take one thing, that's fine. She wants to get rid of them all.
Hmm.
No, we're not doing that.
There you
Up
go.
in here.
Stand your ground. I like that. Stand your ground. See where that
Stand my
gets you.
ground on that.
That's the boss of the house that you're talking about. So be careful there,
I'm gonna
sir.
put your name down as taking some of these jerseys that are,
You putting me there?
I could put you there with the Gale Sayers jersey.
Does that mean I have to go clean your house though after you die?
No.
Just like, hang on here. Like I would love the jerseys, but I don't know at what cost,
Oh, the old cycle of life.
Oh, love it. Love it. All right. Diving back into this game.
Is there anything to talk about the defense except for they're just unbelievable?
Yes. Yes, there is. The defense deserves to be talked about for a number of reasons. I mean, they pitched a shutout. How about this? Sam Houston didn't pick up a first down until there was 1 minute and 11 seconds left in the second quarter. Texas almost held them without a first down for the entire first half. I don't care who you're playing. That's pretty damn good.
Yeah, they just overwhelmed that group.
They overwhelmed that group. And I mean, that was great to see. Sam Houston only had 2 first downs in the first half. And say what you will about Sam Houston. Again, not a good team. They had scored at least 20 points in their first 3 games this year. So
how the hell did they do that?
I know. They were 0-3. They had lost every game by 17 points. Exactly. But they had scored at least 20 points in every game that they had played. And obviously Texas put up a goose egg. Sam Houston, let me pull up some of the other defensive stats. 2.2 yards a play.
Wow.
Yeah. They had 113 total yards, 27 rushing yards. And Sam Houston was just 2 for 16 on the money downs. 2 of 14 on third down, 0 for 2 on fourth down. All of that's good, but my favorite part of what the Texas defense did on Saturday night, 10 TFLs, 5 sacks.
Yes.
They only had 6 sacks as a team through the first 3 games. And obviously they were playing really well in the first 3 games. They did more than enough for Texas to win all 3 of those games, but like the sack numbers weren't quite there. The pass rush wasn't hitting home as much as we wanted. It hit home. They took advantage of their opportunities on Saturday with 5 sacks.
That's what you needed to do. Yeah, they got after the QB.
Yeah, 10 TFLs, and it was a bunch of different guys with sacks. It was good to see Colin Simmons on the first drive of the game. He got his first full sack of the season.
Oh, yeah.
Sark spent some time last week talking about Colin Simmons working his ass off in practice. He used those exact words, and good to see that translate into a game on Saturday. Brad Spence had a sack. Lance Jackson, the true freshman, had a sack. Trey Moore had a sack. I mean, it was equal opportunity sacking.
Yeah, Trey Moore was around a lot in that game.
Trey Moore was around a lot. Yeah, he's continued to play well as he transitioned back to the off-ball linebacker spot. Yeah, I mean, any way you slice it, any way you dice it, the Texas defense was darn near perfect against Sam Houston. They had one takeaway. It was the Hail Mary interception by Jelani McDonald. He got up there on that.
Oh, he did. Yes, he
That was
did.
an impressive display of athleticism for him. That's 2 interceptions this year for Jelani McDonald. And Buck, he wears number 4. That's the number Andrew Makuba wore last year. Jelani McDonald starting to look like an Andrew Makuba out there with how much he's around the football.
And what does he have? 2 more years?
I believe he can have 2 more years. Yes.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I'm impressed by his play. I mean, a lot of great individual performances. Obviously, when you go 55-0, that means some guys are going to play well. But, yeah, Jelani had the interception. 20 straight home games with a takeaway for this Texas defense. That is the longest active streak in college football. So, unfortunately, their overall streak with the takeaway ended because they didn't get one in Columbus. But still, 20 games in a row at DKR with the takeaway, the longest streak in the country.
Yeah, like I said, there and the special teams I thought was good too.
Yeah,
I thought, like I said, special teams was so solid, and you need that now. You need all 3 phases. You know, if you're trying to get into the playoffs and if you're trying to win an SEC championship, you've got to. Everything now has to work. It just does. You can't. One can't have a real bad night. You know, you can't have 2 of the 3 have a bad night for sure. But it was good to see. I mean, the kicker's solid.
Kicker solid. 2 for 2. Mason Shipley now 5 for 5 on the season. The punter.
Well, you don't have to punt
solid.
very much. You know, you don't have to punt very much.
Only 2 punts in the game, but he averaged 53 yards on those
That's
2
awesome.
punts. Like, that'll work. So, I mean, we know Jack Bomeister's good, but yeah, it's nice. It's nice to have a kicker you feel good about. You know, there was a guy, Texas obviously settled for a couple of field goals in the red zone in this game.
That's all right because the kicker needs to get his experience too.
And Texas on their first field goal to make it, I guess, 24-0, kind of midway through the second quarter. There was a guy behind me who was going nuts when Sark trotted out the field goal unit. It's like, yes, this is what we want to see. This is great. I'm like, are you happy they just got stopped on 3rd down, dude? Like, you didn't want him to. Like, I like seeing Mason
He was
Shipley
excited
out.
about getting the points and not going for it on 4th down.
Yeah, it's like I like seeing Mason Shipley out there, but I want him kicking extra points, not field goal. It's like, I get it. I get, all right, take the points. Maybe you want the coach to be less aggressive, but don't be cheering when your team gets stopped on 3rd down, weirdo.
Here comes the field goal team.
Yeah, and that was a 4th and 8, by the way. So even though Sark's been pretty reckless abandon when it comes to his 4th down decision making this year, he's not going for those. He's been going for a bunch of 4th and 2s and 4th and 3s, and I'm here to tell you, if that's what that was, Mason Shipley ain't kicking that field goal there.
Against that team, no, he's going to go for it for sure.
He's going for it. But on 4th and 8, trot out Mason Shipley. And it's nice to have a kicker that you rely on. And you're right. Like, it's good. You've seen him make 5 field goals. He hasn't had to take a big pressure kick yet because he didn't attempt one in the Ohio State game. So
they're coming.
There's different levels to it, but at least he's 5 for 5. If he was 3 for 5, it's like, oh, here we go again. But at least the kicks he's had to make, he's made them. So
no, that time is coming, brother.
And then Brian Niblett, it's still good and bad with Ryan Niblett as your punter.
The first one bounced. I'm like, why is that ball bouncing? Did he have a couple that he didn't get to?
Yeah, there were a couple. One of them looked like a fumble. It took a weird sideways bounce, and it didn't touch him. Like, it hit the ground right in front of him. He put his hands up, and usually when a guy does that, it's like, it touched him, but he's trying to act like it didn't touch him. And from where I was in the stands, it's like, oh, there's no way it just took that hop on its own. Like, it clearly bounced off of Niblett and went to the right.
Yeah, that kind of he still scares me back there.
He just doesn't catch the ball enough. There were a couple of them on Saturday where it's like, he didn't get there in time. And I don't get that, because when he gets there, he's a good returner.
I know.
It's back-to-back weeks where he's had some nice returns. He had a 49-yarder in this game. I think he had a 52-yarder last week.
Yeah, that's just got to be just natural. Just go catch the ball. Go get it.
Yeah, he's maybe the fastest guy on the team.
He's still a little nervous about running to catch it, you know?
I know.
He'd rather catch it on the hop.
Yeah, that's I think you're always going to be holding your breath a little bit with that guy back there.
Yes.
But look, no fumbles yet for Ryan Niblett. And again, he's shown some of that make you miss ability that he has in these last 2 weeks.
Right.
So that's why I want him to catch the ball. I mean, it's twofold. You want him to catch it so it doesn't bounce and roll and cost you 10, 15 more yards. But also,
you want to see him with the ball in his hand and going.
Yeah, you feel like he's a good player. Again, he's one of the best athletes that you've got. So that's why he's out there. Catch the ball, Ryan. Catch the ball. But, yeah, overall, look, the defense and special teams more often than not have shown up. The offense finally did its part, and that's what this team can be when all three phases play well. You had more than 600 yards of offense, and you held Sam Houston to 113 yards on defense. So you almost outgained them 6-1 in this game, Buck.
Wow.
That'll work.
Now we need to play Mount St. Mary's next. Oh, no, we don't have them.
Mount St. Mary's have a football team? They do.
I don't know if they do.
Are they one of the good, like, D2 or D3 teams?
No.
And that's Mount Union is one of those.
Yeah, maybe we can get UMass on this schedule.
Maybe we can get UMass on the schedule. I'll take that. I'll swap one of our games out with UMass.
Hell yeah. Week 11.
That. Yeah. Let's you know what? We don't need to play in Athens this year. Do we?
No, we got to go there.
I would love to win that game. We'll know way more about both of these teams by the time we get to November 15th for that matchup.
They got Bama first.
Yeah, Georgia plays Bama this weekend. Georgia was off on Saturday, as was Alabama. But there's some big – obviously Texas will be off, but there's plenty of college football that you should be watching this weekend, especially in the SEC, because you've got Georgia, Bama, you've got LSU at Ole Miss, and you've got Auburn at A&M. So some solid games in this conference. There's one other really good game, too, coming up on Saturday. Oh, Oregon, Penn State, the whiteout game, Saturday night.
Yeah, USC's coming to Champaign, Illinois, too.
Yeah, that game lost some steam because Illinois got –
oh, that they get smoked. And you talked me into that. That's on you.
I didn't talk you into that.
Yeah, I had Indiana early. And how did I get talked into that?
You changed – some people might not know this. You know, on Friday for your Gold Star Locks, and we can get to these right now because you owe the people an apology, sir.
Really?
On Friday, you said you were going to take Indiana -6.5 in that matchup against Illinois. And then during the pregame show on Saturday, you're like, you know what? I'm changing my mind. Let the record show that I want Illinois plus the 6.5 points.
Did I say let the record show, or did I just whisper that in your ear and you're taking this to the people now?
No, it's on the record. I can go cut it up and find it if you really want, but that might embarrass you even more. So I don't think you want that. Yeah, that was an unfortunate changing of the pick for you a couple hours before kickoff. But
they beat the living dog out of them, and they didn't stop. Because you can Google it for their head coach; he'll tell you how good they are.
Kirk Cignetti, yeah, maybe Indiana, not the one-year wonder that we thought.
Man.
Yeah, that was an impressive showing by them, and that was a total assing.
Was it ever.
Oh, my God. Like you said, they didn't let up either. They just kept going and going and going. Indiana jumped out to a big lead early, and they just put it on Brett Bielema. That's what Brett Bielema does when he shows up to an all-you-can-eat buffet. That's what Indiana did to his football team. Yeah, you lost 125,000 units this weekend, Bud.
What?
You're still up on the year. That's the good news. But you got screwed. You lost a few of these games by 0.5 point. Like
I know there was.
You had Mizzou -9.5 against South Carolina. They won by 9.
Yeah,
that was your 100,000 unit.
My cousin had that. Gave me -11, and I still took them.
Yeah, you didn't get that one. You had OU -7.5 against Auburn. They won by 7.
What is the half about? Where did you come up with these halves?
Let's blame ESPN.
Even with my cousin, I got to push on that.
Yeah, blame ESPN. The line went down. We do the lines on Friday, or we do your picks on Friday. So sometimes you get screwed by late line movement.
Oh, my goodness.
So you lost that one by 0.5 point. You did get Miami and TCU right in college.
Yeah, TCU is big. TCU, that's a good football team right there.
Yeah, they're playing well. They're into the top 25 for the first time all season. The NFL, you did have the Chicago Bears. Good call on that. But you lost the Packers. The Packers lost to the Browns.
Yeah,
they were -7.5. They lost that game outright. You had Tampa Bay -6.5 against the Jets. They needed a last-second field goal to win that game. You had Illinois and you had USC covering 18.5. I think they won by 17 against Michigan State Saturday night. Really,
All right,
Sunday.
guys. Sometimes we're going to have these kind of days, but we just bounce right back. We'll bounce back this weekend.
You have the opportunity to bounce back tonight. The game of the
it was-
weekend in the NFL is your Monday night game, Detroit at Baltimore.
The NFL is so shaky. I mean, blocking field goals and returning them for touchdowns.
How many blocked field goals were there yesterday? I felt like
my cousin had the Eagles, and I actually, before the end of that game, I left to go get something to eat, and all of a sudden I saw 33 points. I'm like, what the hell just happened here?
That may be the worst beat I've ever seen. Like, the Rams are they're down by 1, kicking a field goal to win the game on the final play. And if you have Rams plus 4, 4.5, whatever it was, there's no way you lose that bet. Okay, either the kicker makes it and you win the bet, or the kicker misses it and you still win the bet. And then that happens. Jordan Davis blocks it.
He scooped it up.
Scoops it up and scored.
And it's like, dude, just fall down. The game is over. What do you got? Money on the game that you have to pick it up and run with it like 90 yards? What is wrong with that big dude?
You had that. Dude. You had the Jets. The Jets had one of those too with Will McDonald, the former Iowa State Cyclone. He blocked and returned a field goal for a touchdown. Like,
it was all over the NFL.
Special teams. People sleep on them, Buck. Yesterday was one of the craziest NFL Sundays that we've had in a long time. To back that up,
Green Bay was winning 10-0 forever. I was like, oh, the Browns aren't even going to score. It's just going to be 10-0. That's an easy cover, 10-0. Then all of a sudden, I saw 7-7. I'm like, what the hell?
The Browns
7
defense.
points.
The Browns defense is awesome. The Browns have like a top 5 defense in football. They have Joe Flacco and a bunch of nobodies on offense.
They were all over Jordan Love yesterday.
Yeah. I mean, they made everyone's crowning the Packers.
Picks.
Yeah, everyone's crowning the Packers as Super Bowl champs after 2 games, and it's like, well, they got embarrassed in Cleveland yesterday.
I'm thinking the damn Eagles may go undefeated.
Yeah, that was a nice win for them. Big comeback. They were getting smoked. They were down 26-7, and they win 27-26.
They start throwing it to Brown.
Yeah. What can Brown do for you? AJ was really good. NFL, by the way, though, Buck, before we see if you have a pick for this Monday night game tonight, Sunday featured 7 games in which the game-winning score came within the final 3 minutes of the fourth quarter. That's the most games in a single day since the 1970 merger. So 7 game-winning scores in the final 3 minutes of yesterday's NFL slate. Again, that's the most that we've ever seen in the modern era of the NFL. Insanity. Yesterday.
Yeah, I was on the losing end of a bunch of that crap.
You were on the losing end of a bunch of that crap. But you can be on the winning end of tonight's Lions-Ravens game. Baltimore 4.5-point home favorites.
I'll take the Ravens for 50,000 units.
You just changed your mind that quickly, huh?
I'll take the Ravens. I took them last week. I'll take them this week.
You started to say Lions. You don't think maybe that was a sign that you should have okay, $50K on Baltimore tonight. What a game that should be. Potential Super Bowl preview. Obviously a long way to go. But, I mean, Detroit's loaded. Baltimore's loaded. It's going to be a fun one this evening.
Hey, by the way, Dak threw 2 picks yesterday.
Dak threw 1 pick. He gets credit for 2, but one of them George Pickens threw to the other team.
Oh, I know. George Pickens, nice hands right off his – and that was in the hands. That wasn't like fingertips. They did them in the hands.
That was a perfect throw. That's why sometimes interceptions can be a misleading stat, because that Dak couldn't have thrown it any better. And George Pickens, not only did he not catch it, he literally just like, here you go. He like tapped it to
the tip ball drill.
Yeah, like he just gave the Bears a free turnover there. And then he's on the side. This is the George Pickens. He's on the sideline throwing a tantrum in the fourth quarter as the Cowboys are getting their ass kicked. And it's like, dude, you're not good enough to be acting like this. And you're still new here. Don't be doing that.
Yeah, I didn't dig him slamming his helmet down. I was like, what are you doing that for?
It's like
you gave him the ball back. You're supposed to be a star. CD Lamb's not there. You're supposed to be getting open so the quarterback can get you the ball, and you can't do that.
Yeah. All right. Well, let's dive in.
But they threw enough balls to the damn tight end. Oh my God.
Yeah, 13 catches for Jake Ferguson.
13 catches.
It was maybe the least impressive 13 catch performance I've ever seen. I don't know how many of those there are.
You're expecting one of those to be a TD, aren't you?
Yeah, I mean, it's a bunch of like 3 and 4. Like the guy does nothing after the catch. It's good. Like the Bears were like, here you go, take it. I mean, 13 catches for 82 yards. That's 6 yards of reception. His longest catch was 12 yards. And it's like, make somebody miss, Jake. Do something.
Yeah,
you get the ball in your hands.
Back to the damn quarterback took forever.
Oh my God. Okay.
Somebody, they were talking about it on TV. Somebody's asking, boy, it seemed like it took a long time. It did take a long time. Nice pass rush. I'm like, come on. The guy went into the line of scrimmage before he tossed it back out. I thought he was faking the toss and actually going to run the ball. All of a sudden, out of the pile, the ball comes back to Caleb Williams. I'm like, wait a minute, that's too late. There's no way that ball's getting off. I said, if he throws that ball, there's somebody back there going to pick that ball.
No one was even close to picking that ball.
Oh my God.
All right, we'll take a break here. We'll do some sponsor shout outs. We'll dive back into the Cowboys. We've got another infuriating Jerry Jones post-game comment. We also have to talk about the Texans. Like I think people expected the Cowboys to be pretty bad. The Texans were supposed to be pretty good. They were talking about this being the year where the Texans are going to get over the hump and finally get to their first AFC championship game. And they are 0-3 right now. They're 3 games back of Indianapolis, who actually looks really good somehow. So we'll dive into the NFL Sunday and more so the Cowboys and Texans. But first, a few more sponsor shout-outs.
So to our friends over at Sue Patrick's, of course, 5222 Burnett Road for everything. You got the polos, you got the caps, you got the jelly cats, you name it, you've got it at Sue Patrick, folks, and in all sizes. So if you're looking for, you got the Angry Bevo t-shirts, hey, they got polos, they got, like I said, it is time. And, if you're going out to dinner, there it is. If you're going out to have a nice dinner, you want to look sharp. You want to go to the game, but you still want to look sharp. The great polos at Sue Patrick's, they're available, men's and women's, of course, in all sizes, extra small to XXX that they have for you. Starting to get a little, as the cold season comes in, they'll have the hoodies too, BK. They'll have all the big hoodies that you want over at Sue Patrick's. 5222 Burnett Road. Orders online over $59, free curbside pickup, and plenty of parking at Sue Patrick. Go to SuePatrick.com for more information. We got to get there. We're on a winning streak right now.
We'll get there. We'll definitely be there before the OU game. I can tell you that. So if you're making your way up to Dallas here in a few weeks, make sure you gear up with our friends at Sue Patrick. Hey, preseason hockey is back. So I assume Tom McKay is cool with us playing this. Here's a word from our friends at AV Consultation.
This is The Kid with Audiovisual Consultations.
And I'm Tom McKay, owner of Audiovisual Consultations.
And we wanted to prepare you for another incredible season of sports. Football is upon us.
And hockey season is upon us, too.
And everyone here at ABC wants to make you feel like the real winner, even if your team doesn't make it to the playoffs.
Well, I know you're not talking about the Stars, so you must be talking about your Bruins. You're going down this year, kid. It's a numbers game. Just check the stats.
Well, why not check ours? ABC has been servicing homes and businesses with surveillance, sound, and visual setups for almost 40 years, and we've never come in second place.
That's right, kid.
If you want to ensure a win this season, call Audiovisual Consultations. We've got a roster of cool stuff, and we're ready to play.
Just give us a call at 512-255-8678. That's 512-255-8678.
Even if your team doesn't take home the cup this season, remember to hug your kids, laugh with strangers, and make love to whoever the hell you want. That's 512-255-8678.
There you go. Appreciate that. Of course, our friends over at Hat Creek Burger Company, 25 locations throughout the Texas area, but born and raised right here in Austin, Texas. Great burgers, double with cheese. Maybe I'd take the kids there after hitting the putting green. Maybe take the kids over to Hat Creek Burger. That's right. Have one of those great milkshakes, which still I'm off. Now, ice cream for the buck till Thanksgiving. Been doing a good job on that. But the kids, they can have it all they want at Hat Creek Burger. Mom and Dad, you also have yourself a mimosa if you want to, whatever you like to drink. They've got little drinks for you at Hat Creek Burger. And some locations even have breakfast starting at 7 a.m. But it's about the lunch. It's about the burgers at Hat Creek Burger Company.
Mm-hmm. Speaking of drinks, how about the Altstadt Beer?
Oh, yeah, man.
I had a few of those drinks over the weekend. Altstadt is perfect for your football watching all season long. So many different brews, something for every beer drinker out there. Check out their seasonal Oktoberfest. Perfect for the fall, perfect for your football watching, perfect for whatever you have going on over these next few months. It's fantastic beer. If that's not your thing, they've got the lager, they've got the Kolsch, they've got a great light beer, they've got a Hefeweizen. I'm telling you, something for everyone. It's award-winning beer. It's not just me telling you about Altstadt. People who get paid to drink beer for a living, not a bad gig, they are heaping the praise on Altstadt. We're just lucky enough to have it right here in Texas, brewed locally in Fredericksburg, but available all across the Lone Star State. It's my choice of beer for football season. It should be yours as well. It's Altstadt Beer. No impurities, no regrets.
And, of course, Daymaker's Half Day Cafe. This is the day for me, BK. It is time for that fork and knife cinnamon roll with some cheesy grits this morning. Cheesy grits over at Daymaker Half Day Cafe. Of course, they're open up from 7 to 3. There's no dinner there. This is all about breakfast and lunch. And, of course, they don't mind you having a cocktail there. You want a martini for breakfast? You may need one. 55 to nothing. You may have made some cash. Grab yourself a martini. You know, Mom, it was Parents' Weekend. They still may be hanging around here. They need to take you over to Daymaker's Half Day Cafe. If you're up and ready, and if you get up at 11 o'clock, head on over there for breakfast. Dad will open up the wallet, bring out the credit card. Hey, bring your roommate. Bring your girlfriend. Let Dad pay for everybody. If they're still in town. I bet you they got out of town yesterday.
Yeah.
You know, but Daymaker Half Day Cafe, if it's a spot that you want to go, maple bacon fritters, biscuits and gravy, state fair waffles. I still not have the chicken and waffles. I'll get to that eventually. But they've got everything you want. They've got the smash burger, BK, for breakfast if you'd like, or the smash burger for lunch. So head on over. You'll love Daymaker's Half Day Cafe right there at Mopac, where the old it's right beside Salt Traders, and that used to be the old IHOP, I believe.
Yep, exactly. I love Daymaker. All right, diving into the NFL. We'll start with the Cowboys, and then we'll get with the Texans here. And boy, rough weekend for Houston sports fans. My God. We'll dive into all of that here. But first, if there's one picture that encapsulates Cowboys at Bears, I think it's this one right here.
He's open.
That was one of the many touchdowns that Caleb Williams threw yesterday. And yes, I mean, there were so many wide open Bears receivers against the Cowboys defense. They are horrible, Buck. And the sad part is that, like, I feel like the Cowboys offense is pretty good. Like, Dak's playing well this season. Javonte Williams is much better than anything they had at running back.
Except for that fumble kid, that stupid. He took the ball away from. How do you take the ball away from a dude?
Yeah,
no, man, I'd be as the running back coach.
I know that was tough. That was a bad moment for Javonte Williams. But I mean, he's been better than we thought he would be. He's been better than what the Cowboys had at running back last year. The O-line's been fine. The receivers, obviously, CeeDee Lamb got hurt. We'll talk about that in a second. But I feel like the Cowboys have a playoff caliber offense. I don't know about Super Bowl caliber, but I feel like they have a playoff caliber offense. This defense is bad enough to where this team could go like 5-12 this year, Buck. Like, they couldn't stop a nosebleed. They are horrible. And they made Caleb Williams look like Joe Montana out there yesterday.
Scrambling around, finding guys open, back of the end zone.
By the way, Caleb Williams, first time in his career, he didn't take a sack. Remember, that guy set an NFL record last year for most QB sacks in a single season. The Cowboys didn't get to him one time yesterday. Only they had
the Cowboys cost me a 3-team parlay because they didn't get the over. And at the end of the game, they brought Joe Milton into the freaking game. What the hell? I needed a touchdown, BK. 50.5 was the deal. I needed the touchdown. They don't even go into like a 2-minute. Let's go, guys. Let's hurry up. They're just huddling up and like trying to get the game over with. Then that dude throws a pick in the end zone. I'm like, you got to be kidding me.
Yeah, I mean, the Cowboys.
You want to score. You want to score points.
Right. Well, yeah, I don't think Joe Milton was trying to throw the interception. I just think Joe Milton's bad at football.
Gosh.
That's what happens when you're bad at football.
But they didn't even hurry up. They don't like go to the line like a 2-minute offense. They let the Bears sit in their defense. And I'm like, come on, man.
Yeah. I mean, it
7
was
points. I thought the Bears, I said, okay, this over's easy. They're going to give this up. They're going to give up 7. You know, they got some scrubs in. They'll give up 7. Not the Cowboys, not that group. They throw a pick.
Dude, they're so They're so unbelievably bad on defense, and I know you're upset about the over not hitting. If Chicago really wanted to, they could have hit the over on their own. Maybe you should be more mad at the Bears because Ben Johnson, I mean, anything he called it. You mentioned the flea flicker a little bit earlier, like that.
How slow is that flea flicker? How slow is that?
The slowest developing flea flicker of all time. The running back. Right. The running back should have got tackled before he pitched the ball back to the quarterback. Then the quarterback should have got sacked by the time he got the football back. There's no way they should have had enough time to complete that pass down the field, but they did.
The running backs generally don't get that deep into the line of scrimmage. That guy went like he disappeared. And I said, oh, that was a fake flea flicker. There he wasn't. He was just faking that, and he was going to keep it in there. He actually tossed it back, and he tossed it back high. I'm thinking Caleb Williams is going to get slammed in the face here. He did have a guy in front of him finally, but oh my God, was that guy? Oh, what a nice ball that was. Holy moly.
That's how bad the Cowboys defense was, that the Bears did not run that play well. That was not good execution.
No.
And it still was an easy
touchdown.
touchdown.
The running back's going to get blown up the way he tossed it back high. He'll get blown up first.
It was.
But you don't get that deep into the line. You don't disappear.
No, the Cowboys should try this revolutionary thing called defending. Like the Cowboys defense should try that out, see if that works. Trayvon Diggs, I've been a long time Trayvon Diggs defender. He looks horrible. Coming off a serious injury, but I mean, I don't know if it's that. I don't know what it is, but he got burned on that first touchdown. He tried to jam, was it Roma Dunze at the line of scrimmage and ended up falling down, and he went right by him, and that was an easy touchdown. And the Cowboys, like Matt Eberflus plays basically only zone, which seems pretty easy for an offensive coordinator to devise a game plan if he knows exactly what coverage you're going to be in on every snap. That's one issue, but also the fact that the Cowboys can't play a zone defense. Like the guys on the field don't know how to do it. It's like you can't only call that if no one on your team knows how to play it.
Yeah, some of them look like they're in zone. Some of them look like they're like man coverage. I'm like, what do you got? There's these big gaping holes in your defense in the secondary.
I mean, they made Russell Wilson last week look like freaking Terry Bradshaw, and they made Caleb freaking Williams. I was talking to a Bears fan. I had breakfast with a Bears fan yesterday, and I was like, what do you think of Caleb Williams? And he's like, he's such a bum, dude. I can't stand him. And they made Caleb Williams look like freaking Joe Montana out there. I mean, it's
– oh, goodness.
Holy crap. Next week, by the way, Cowboys-Packers on Sunday Night Football. So,
Packers, they'll be angry.
Yeah, coming off their embarrassing loss to Cleveland. I mean, it was – and CeeDee Lamb got hurt too yesterday.
Dude,
so
keep that dude out of the backfield, okay? Stop. I mean, he lined up as the running – he got hurt as the running back. He was I
thought it was a reverse, no?
No, I think he was lined up in the eye as the running back, BK. I mean, he was lined up back there like 4 or 5 yards deep. I think when he got the ball like off tackle and bounced outside.
Yeah, I know. I don't know. I remember the play. I remember the hit.
Running back. Did he do that last year? I mean, did he line up actually in the backfield and take snaps as the running back? Of course, the kid Moore does it from Chicago. He does that. But you can't have your most valuable guy, wide receiver, getting back there, taking handoffs. He's going to get killed. By the way, that tackle still needs to be outlawed. I don't like the horse collar, and I don't like the guys that throw their body on the back of legs. I think that should be a penalty in football. Yeah. They protect the horse collar. At least they call that now. I mean, and it's still, if a guy hurts a guy that way, all right, so what, you get 15, but you're going to lose a guy that way. That tackle right there needs to be just outlawed, period. Whether it's horse collar or not.
They have banned the hip drop tackle in football.
Oh, that's more of a hip or whatever that is right there, where you throw your body on the legs.
Yeah, that one. I think the defender just kind of fell on CeeDee Lamb, and that's what bent his leg back. So I mean, obviously it's unfortunate. You could tell right away that like, this doesn't look good. And you're right. Everyone's commenting saying you're right about CeeDee Lamb being lined up at tailback. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's hindsight is 20/20, I guess. Like I like when CeeDee Lamb goes on reverses. I like it when he gets carries. He's just your best playmaker. So get him the ball as often as you can. I think that's going to make your offense as good as it goes. So I don't have as much of an issue with
you're telling me he's going to get the ball. That's not fake. Unless you fake to him and then throw to Tolbert, or something like that. That's fine. But don't actually hand that ball off to him.
No,
He'll get crushed in there.
Didn't work. Yeah, didn't
No,
work.
it didn't
He
work.
tried to break it outside, and so we'll see how long he's out. Jerry Jones after the game said it's not as serious as.
Did he try to come back in the game? Did he go in?
He did. Yeah, he played one snap, and then that was it. Played one snap and just did
high ankle sprain, maybe.
I don't know. Yeah, it was definitely an ankle something. And CeeDee Lamb was talking about playing next week, so that's the good news.
Okay.
But we'll see if he actually can play this week. I'm sure that thing was as big as a freaking watermelon yesterday. Imagine how swollen that thing is now. That ankle. I mean, they showed that close-up shot on the Fox. Oh, they showed it on the. Yeah, on the Fox broadcast, it was very close. You don't need to be that zoomed in, Fox. But it looked bad yesterday. It's got to be even worse today.
Oh, yeah. Now the soreness comes in where you can't walk.
It's horrible. Here's Jerry Jones, dude. This is not AI. We never play AI here, so I don't even know why I gave that disclaimer.
I know. We just get a good scoop on people.
This is really Jerry Jones in the post-game media scrum in the locker room at Soldier Field, just talking about yesterday's loss.
I really want to give the Bears a real attaboy. I really thought we came out and were ready to play. I thought we had a lot, and they were able to take several plays and just keep hitting us right on the nose with them, and that ended up being a big difference in the game. But give the Bears a lot of credit. Huge win for them, as it should be here at home, and plus with what they're trying to do with their franchise, the Bears are the Bears.
Dude, what the hell was that rambling about? Is he, what is he, the GM for the Bears now?
Did you hear what he said at the end? The Bears are the Bears. Like, yes, the Bears are the Bears. So you should go in there and beat them. Like, the Bears are the Bears. You say that about, like, I don't know, the Niners or like the Patriots when Tom Brady was their quarterback. Like, okay, yeah, they're them. The Bears are the Bears means, no, the Bears suck, and they still suck because they always suck. So you should go win that game.
Why
like, I thought we played really well. I thought we were prepared to play, even though our defense didn't stop anybody the entire game. I thought we were ready to go, but the Bears are just that good. The 0-2 Bears were just that good.
The Bears are the Bears.
We couldn't beat them today because they're that good, and that's what they're supposed to do because the Bears are the Bears. Like, what
it's
in
time
the hell,
for them it's time for Jerry not to talk.
The only way that happens is if you put him in the ground. Are you going to take one for the team and do that?
No, that's all right. Let him continue on. That's just silly football. And Shoddy is just, dude, that is their coach. The other guy, you know what he should say? Yeah, I should have tried to get the Bears coach.
Well, I'm sure they could have tried. There was no way Ben Johnson was taking the Dallas job, like, because of Jerry Jones. A lot of people would turn down the Cowboys job because they don't want to deal with Jerry Jones, especially a guy like Ben Johnson, right? Some guys are like, oh, that's the only head coaching job I can get. I'll take it. But Ben Johnson had his pick of the litter this offseason. He wasn't coming to Dallas. No way.
Man.
And, look, I don't know how much of this I put on Shoddy. I don't think Shoddy hired Eberflus. I feel like every decision is a Jerry Jones decision. I just assume that, like, all of those decisions come from way above. So, I mean, the head coach is always accountable. I get it. But his side of the football has been fine. The defense, if he hired Eberflus, if he banged the table and said, that's the guy I want, and I'm only taking this head coaching job, if he's my defensive coordinator, then he deserves blame. But that ain't what happened. It's the Cowboys. That's the guy Jerry and Steven wanted, so they got him, and he sucks.
Boy, they're struggling because the Washington, the Commanders just said, okay, we'll roll out our second quarterback and score 40-some points.
Yeah, the Eagles are in the division. They're really good. The Commies, yeah, they're putting up 40 points with Marcus Mariota on the field. The Giants are still the Giants, so the Cowboys won't finish in fourth place in the East. But, like, dude, I'd fire Eberflus today. They won't. But, I mean,
I don't know what to say about your team, the Texans. They've got nothing, BK. They have nothing. They are trying to run the ball. They have no shot. It's just, you know what? And their defense has had a little bit of problems too. I believe it's not just the offense. Some of the defensive, they need to get And when Stingley went out, I was worried.
Yeah, the defense I thought did well enough to win that game yesterday, and I feel like the defense has played well enough for the Texans to be 3-0 this year. And it's just the offense is terrible. Terrible. I mean, Jacksonville had 291 yards of offense. They averaged 4.4 yards a play. The Jaguars did. That's a pretty good defensive showing right there. And they held them to 17 points. The problem is the Texans just can't offense at all.
Mm-hmm.
So the Cowboys are bad. Most people expected them to be pretty bad this year. Again, the Texans keep winning the AFC South. Like, they've won a playoff game in each of the last 2 years. It felt like they were supposed to be trending upwards, and instead they are.
Yeah, Danny Dimes is not folding right now. Danny Dimes is playing pretty good.
Yeah,
and the Colts can run the ball.
The Colts have punted one time this year.
How about that?
You've played 3 games. They punted once. That's like Bobby Bonilla.
They're putting up numbers.
Bobby Bonilla is earning his paycheck more than the Colts punter right now.
Man.
Indy looks good. Good news for Houston, I guess, is they get Tennessee at home next Sunday. They can win that one, right?
Right? Yes. I'm going to say still a little bit of a dogfight. It depends on what that line comes out. It's going to be a little bit of a dogfight. It's not going to be that easy.
If you watched that game yesterday, you deserve hazard pay. I mean, that was one of the ugliest football games I've seen in a long time. That set the sport back like decades. Penalties and turnovers and bad punts and awful offense and the Texans have scored 38 points this year. Yesterday, 3 teams scored 40 or more. The Texans in 3 games have 38.
And one guy was wrecking it. They had the number 41 Walker that was coming. Why weren't they giving somebody some help? That guy was wrecking the game plan.
That was Josh Allen, the other Josh Allen, who is now, I think, Josh Hines Ketchup Allen or something.
Wow.
He was tired of being compared to the other Josh Allen, or I guess he was tired of being called the other Josh Allen. But yeah, so the Texans have a rookie left tackle, Ariante Ursary, and they just left him on an island all game. And
I didn't understand that.
The last play of the game, Texans are down 7. They're moving the ball like they need a touchdown. They're getting close. 3rd down and 1. They leave Ursary one-on-one against Allen. He gets to Stroud, hits his arm, interception, game over. It's like on that play, after that guy was getting worked all day long, how do you not have extra help?
No.
The Texans are their offensive coordinator, I'd fire him today too. He stinks. He's worse than the last guy.
Oh, man.
They can't run. They can't throw. They can't block. D'Amico Ryan says they're close. Okay. Buck, the Texans, they've gotten into the red zone 4 times in 3 games. They've gotten into the red zone 4 times, 3 games. Horrible. Your Sundays, if you're a Texas NFL fan, congrats. Your Sundays just opened the hell up.
Hey, you need to become a Vi Queen fan.
Yeah,
how about those numbers? How about those guys putting up numbers?
Yeah, pick another team. And if you want to go with the Vi Queens, that's one thing. Yeah, oh my God. Carson Wentz, Buck. You buying in?
I bought in with my cousin too with him. Thank goodness.
48-10. That game was 34-3 at halftime. Battle of the backup quarterbacks, Jake Browning against Carson Wentz. It was very impressive for your Minnesota Vikings yesterday. But yeah, there's a look. And by the way, to make matters worse for Houston fans, the Astros got swept by Seattle at home. They weren't even close in any of the games either. They got assed.
Where was that game at?
All 3 of those games were in Houston.
Oh my God.
Yeah, none of them were close. 4-0 Friday. Saturday was 6-4, but it was 6-0. The Astros didn't do anything until like the 8th inning. And then yesterday was 7-0 at one point, 7-3 final. So the Mariners have a 3-game
numbers
lead.
At 58 homers.
Big dumping all over the city.
Slamming him out of that play. He slammed that one last night.
Yeah, that's now Seattle has a 3-game lead over Houston in the AL West with 1 week left. And the Astros, if the season ended today, they'd be out of the playoffs.
Where do they go to play? They hit the road now too, don't they?
Yeah, they get Oakland. They get wherever the A's are and the Angels. So 2 pretty bad teams to end the year, but both series on the road. Off today, and the Oakland series, the A's series, whatever the shit I'm supposed to call them, starts tomorrow. And they're tied with the Guardians. The Guardians have the tiebreaker right now, which is why Houston would be out. The Guardians have the Tigers and the Rangers. So the Tigers are good. Those two teams are fighting for the AL Central crown right now. So the Astros do have the easier schedule of the team that they're fighting for with the wild card. But, man, this is not where they expected to be. I can tell you that. And they're playing bad at a bad time. And the injuries.
And Seattle's not folding.
I know. Yeah, stunner. Seattle. This would be the ultimate Seattle moment, though, if they go 1-5 and the Astros go 6-0 and the Astros win the division. But yeah, they're going to need a miracle for that to happen. All right. Last thing here, Buck, because I know you got to leave pretty shortly during crosstalk. I mentioned it at the start of the show. Today is the 18-year anniversary of one of the most monumental / influential moments of our careers and of our lives. You ready?
Ready.
September 22nd, 2007. This happened.
If anybody hasn't read this article, I don't read it. This was brought to me by a mother of children. I think this is worth reading. Let me tell you why I want to talk about this article. 3/4 of this is inaccurate. It's fiction. Here's all that kid did. He goes to class. He's respectful to the media. He's respectful to the public. And he's a good kid. And he's not a professional athlete. And he doesn't deserve to be kicked when he's down. That's why I don't read the newspaper. Because it's garbage. And the editor that let it come out is garbage. Come after me. I'm a man. I'm 40. I'm not a kid. Write something about me. Or our coaches. That's all I got to say. Makes me want to puke.
I'm a man and I'm going to get fired.
I'm a man. I'm fired.
Oh, my. Did they fire him yet?
They have not fired him yet.
You think they're just going to let him walk, don't you?
It's going to get messy. I keep making the TCU Gary Patterson comparison, where it's like they wanted him to mutually agree to part ways, and Patterson's like, F you guys, I'm still coaching. And they're like,
this
all right.
He's not getting a statue.
They should give him a statue.
Gundy is Dundee.
He's
about to get a Dundee.
It's the best coach they've ever had. But that is the best press conference rant in the history of sport. Like, I don't think there's a close second. That's how good it is.
That's a beauty.
Oh,
he's fat. A mother of children. That's why.
No, a mother of ducks.
That's why I don't read the newspaper. Because it's garbage. Where are we at in society today?
Where are we at? We
are lost.
The amount of drops, that we got from that one minute and a half rant. I mean, it's been the best thing that's ever happened to my radio career. I can tell you guys that.
All right, boys, love you, but I got to go and get something done here real quick. Bye.
Later. There he goes.
Seems legit.
That business. That means business.
That may be both.
That means business right there. What's up, bud? How you doing?
Doing great. Yeah, 18 years ago today, the infamous yet so famous Mike Gundy rant. That again, for my money,
brought to him by a mother of children.
Yeah,
I mean, everything in there is so good. There's like 7 or 8 just gold drops that we've all used for years. I mean, it's a timeless classic.
Anybody see the paper this morning? Because I got no use for it. All right, this right here is garbage.
That's why I don't read the newspaper, because it's
so fast how they turn on him. Fire Gundy. Fire Gundy, they say. They don't realize what they have.
What's that old saying, Rodney? You be a hero, you live long enough to see yourself as a villain or some shit like that. It's from Batman. I can't.
Hey,
I think you got it, Wags. I think that was perfect, right there.
We were booing Arch out of the building last week, and now it's like, look at him. Look at him.
Well, now we're booing him because he's too mean. He's so mean to the other team. He's such a bad guy.
Yeah, he owned up on that though. Like, he came out, he addressed that in the after the game and said, it was a lot of frustration, built up frustration. Probably shouldn't have done it. Mom isn't happy with me. I think he owned up for it. I think he took it on the chin.
I got no problem with him doing it, but everybody else.
And hold on, didn't the other guy get a little bit, boisterous or whatever after he made a tackle. I saw Cole Kubalik.
Yeah, a little earlier in the game, that same guy stood over Arch Manning a little bit. But no, let's not use context here to ruin a good argument. We have an opportunity to dunk on. We've been shitting on him for his play. He finally plays well, so we can't shit on him for that. What can we shit on Arch Manning for today?
Exactly.
He's too mean to the other team. Yes, he's classless.
There we go. Of course, he was his upbringing caused him to be that much of a dick.
Yes.
Well,
we'll find something. We'll find.
And it's just like anything else with that whole play, with that whole situation. Who's not bitching? Number 6, the guy that was on the ground, the guy that was getting shit talked at. He didn't say anything. I mean, he's not saying this guy whatever. It's like, lay off, man.
It's garbage.
Yeah, it's
lay
garbage.
off me. I'm starving.
That's why I didn't get up and read the paper Sunday morning. I didn't want to read that shit.
That's why you didn't read the paper.
Yeah, I didn't think you could read.
Yeah.
Well, of course, the Saturday game results aren't in the paper until like Wednesday. Isn't that when you get your full breakdown?
Not this Wednesday. It'll be after the bye week. Like next Wednesday is when you'll get your Texas Sam Houston results.
Yeah, that's right. Hey, BK, something to mention. And you may have done this earlier if you did. Pardon me. Got to remind folks. I know I was texting with you last night. Saturday bye week. Come on out and walk the St. Jude walk. We would love to have folks come out and join us. I'll be there. I'm going to try to get my wife and her friends are all into fitness. I'm going to see if they're into fitness, fitting a walk with us maybe on Saturday morning.
Yes. Thank you for mentioning that. We're so excited to be a part of the St. Jude walk at the pitch this Saturday. And we've talked about it. There's a link in the video description. If you're watching on YouTube or on Facebook, there is a link. You can donate to our team, or you could sign up to walk with us. Bucky will be emceeing the event. A few of us will be out there walking in the event, and it's going to be a tremendous event. I cannot wait to be a part of it. So I hope to see all of you people out there on Saturday. And Wags, I got to ask you about your shoulder, man. You texted me this morning that
yeah, it's jacked up, man.
What'd you do to it?
So I lifted my dog. Like I went to go.
You call it a dog, huh?
Well, I mean, that's what Katie calls it. Katie calls it. Actually, she calls it the rod of God. But I mean, no, I'm kidding. Come on, guys. It's a Monday morning quarterback session here. All right, we're not gonna make it a Monday morning misogynic session. Hey, but real quick though, no. I went to pick my dog up, and she weighs at the most maybe 35 pounds, right? And tried to sneak her into the bathtub to get her. I mean, we got a whole bunch of debris and shit in the backyard, so I'm trying to keep her clean, keep both of them clean. But I go to pick her up, and it just like excruciating pain immediately. It dropped I just get dead arm immediately. My shoulder pops out from lifting up 35 pounds, which is it's pretty telling. Right? Like I gotta get something figured out, guys. But no, it's like for the last 48 hours, just super sore, very sensitive to touch. Put some Tiger Balm on it
as he continues to touch it.
I mean,
it hurts when I touch it.
No. If I push down, like
okay.
If I push into it, it really excuse my language, it really hurts. But yeah, like range of motion, I've lost range of motion with it. It sucks. But I've done it before, right? Like it's popped. I separated it. I had an AC separation in the Marine Corps with Marine Corps martial arts. And ever since then, even when I do pull-ups or whatever, this thing pops out. So it's just it's randomly and it's weird. And right now it's just sore, absolutely sore. Oh, what do we got? What's about to pop up out of you?
Earthquake.
You like a Jack in the Box?
Whoa. Oh man, that felt good.
There, that was a relief. The
randomizer.
Was it good for you? Was it good for you, my dude?
The randomizer usually doesn't affect me like that, but
it was great for me. It was great for me.
Yeah.
A load has been lifted, my
a load has been lifted. Hey, before we get out of here, congrats to a 512 number on the Coda text line. About 7357 texted in, need me some Cabo Bobs. Well, congrats, 7357. You got you. Our Cabo Bobs catering gift certificate. Thank you for chiming in this morning. Appreciate that.
Thank you.
Right on.
And thank you guys for taking over.
Absolutely, man. Are you on the road today or tomorrow?
On the road, yeah. Out the next 2 days for the Jewish holidays. You guys will be rocking the morning show the next.
Oh, that's right. 7 to 9.
Congratulations. We're
Morning
going
zoo. Ratings will
There
plummet.
goes the neighborhood. There goes the morning. There goes the
Ratings are
rating.
gonna plummet. The ratings book is going to be horrible.
Whatever, guys.
All
All
right,
right.
boys.
Y'all be good.
Later, brother. Here he goes. Or there he goes. Here we are. Boom. We got it backwards a little bit. Oh, what's going on, amigo? How are you, sir?
Hi, buddy. What's going on? Brand new week. Another week in
We made
the
it.
neighborhood.
Congratulations. We made it. New week
We made
today.
it.
Starting a new week today.
We made
Monday
it. Right?
morning quarterback session.
Monday morning quarterback.
And overreaction to Sam Houston. Go tie off a little bit of it. We'll recap. Rodney, I kind of joked about it with you last night when we were texting. Like, what's their recap? It was 55-0 against the worst team in the league. You know what I mean? Like, what is there, or worst team in the nation? What's really the recap? But it's good to see. I'm not going to sit out here and stand up on the damn cliff and beat my chest, or stand up on the mountain and beat my chest. But it's nice to have efficient football. But consider the opposition. Now let's take a little bit of a step back. Let's fine tune some things in this off week and get ready for Florida.
I think it's a lot where it's one or the other, to where after last week we were overreacting that, cry a river, the sky is falling. I mean, you wanted a more impressive victory the last 2 weeks, but at the same time, you got to come out and you got to know what the opponent that you beat. But I think the positive that you take out of this weekend, Wags, was you finally beat an opponent like you should. I mean, this should have been the third straight victory that was commanding, like what we saw. So yeah, it was good. It was good to see the swagger and the moxie and all of that from Arch and connecting and I do think it seemed like a light bulb moment, but does it continue? I don't know, because now time to go to the swamp, but we get 2 weeks to. I'd rather have a bye week off of this week than a bye week off of last week's result, or at least you feel positive or confident in what you saw on Saturday.
No,
night.
for sure. I mean, Arch misfired 3 times, right? So that's a lot to kind of be more optimistic about, right? Like, again, with all of this, consider the opposition that it's Sam Houston, okay? But still, it's nice to get out there and get game speed reps in. Looked good. I mean, looked confident. I'll say that. Looked confident. Looked like, remember, we talked about having fun, right? Looked like they were having, and of course, winning always, you're going to have more fun when you're winning, of course, right? Especially when you're thumping people, putting 50 burgers up, okay? But none not so much to be that negative about, except, I mean, we got to talk about penalties, right? If we continue to get 12, 7, 9 penalties week in and week out, when we get to October, not even October, if we do this, if we get 9 penalties against Oklahoma, we're going to lose. All right. Texas is going to lose to Oklahoma if they continue to beat themselves and, kill drives and take themselves out of critical situations. And scoring situations. You can't have you shouldn't have more than 2 or 3, honestly, but 9 penalties is it's unacceptable. Like, that's unforgivable, right? Like, that's a threshold. It's not there's just a discipline. There's a lack of discipline. Okay.
Yeah, and it's the pre-snap stuff that drives me crazy, Wags. To where it's like, holding. I mean, there are different times where
there's a hold on every play, and that's I always say holding subjective is because holding's always done, right? Like,
holding and pass interference. I mean, there are some things that are just going to happen, but when it's offsides and all of that, that's the shit that.
I understand you're trying to jump the snap. I get it. Like,
sure, you've got to be quick and all of that, and I think that's where the cohesiveness of it is. I don't know, man. That's where I would think that the longer that you're doing this, that you would get a little better with that, especially at home. I mean, these games have been at home, and you're having these problems. I mean, when you get to Red River, when you get to Georgia, when you get to Florida, when you get to the swamp, I mean, it's going to be a rocket.
Like, as bad as Florida's playing, like, Florida will still make up. Florida will still be able to capitalize on opportunities like given to them. Okay, like, and Florida's a bad team. All right.
Yeah.
Well, Florida's playing bad. Florida's got some good talent on that roster. They can't figure it out right now. It looked like they were okay right out of the gate, but of course, a couple of stumbles the past couple of weeks, and now Sunbelt Billy's up in question again. So
you know what? I really here we are, water cooler Monday, overreaction Monday. The one thing that I think about, even though this game is 2 weeks away, is that you're going into the swamp to play Florida, and that's going to be a really desperate team, because a lot of people around the nation are saying exactly what we're saying.
And that's a scary team.
That's a very scary thing. That's a very scary thing. And if you're Texas, I think that's one of the things that the coaching staff is going to be, and the players themselves too. You can't put this all on the coaches. Yeah. How are you going to continue this high and come out of it and have that confidence, and yet not go in there overconfident and crap the bed? But at the same time, I still think the best game Texas has played this year is the Ohio State game. So playing down to the competition, I don't know what you may want to call it, but maybe with a confident arch, with a continuity based arch with Ryan Wingo and different guys. We saw the 2 tight end set really working well the other day. There's lots of things that are in place now, and I think that
how do you feel about
you're overcoming
how do you feel about getting a look at some of our running backs that we wouldn't have gotten to see, with Baxter going down and Wisner going down? I mean, Clark looked pretty damn good too. I gotta stop saying this, right? It's Sam Houston, I understand, right? Yeah. But Clark looked pretty good. Of course, Simon, 50 yards on his 9 totes too. So I feel a little bit better with the step back, or with the regression, being able to see a little bit of our succession plan with the backfield, right? And of course, like, you're Texas, you should always have, a running back in your room. Right. You should always have a fleet, right? But there should always be a special somebody in your running back room that can tote the rock if somebody goes down. Like, you're a 5-star blue blood. I mean, you're not just a 5-star blue blood, you're Texas, right?
Yeah. Yeah, you should have a bunch of guys that are ready to go. And I mean, of course, again, given the opponent, it looked like that the other day. But with Gibson, because I was concerned when Gibson had the fumble a couple of games ago, to where it's like, oh shit, are we going to see that guy again? But he's
what do you mean, like, you thought he would have the yips or something?
No, I thought that his playing time may be really diminished.
Just how they were with Blue last year.
Yeah, because he just couldn't hold on to the football. And by the way, what's the deal with Blue? Is he that bad? Why don't we see him in Dallas? Anyway, that's
something we'll have to ask Nick.
That's a whole different discussion. But yeah, I mean, Gibson seems to be the coaching staff seems to be confident in Gibson, and that's good going into it. So you actually have figured out you have figured out a lot of good things through this, even with some of the struggles. And 38-7, we call that a struggling game. But Texas can't win for losing, because it's like you win 38-7, and it's like, oh well, that's not good enough. And then you come out and win 55-0 over Sam Houston. Wow, they're beating up on a cream puff. They're beating up on JV. I mean, what do you want? Look around the country. That's what these really.
Well, that's what you're supposed to do. That's what you're supposed to do. Like, it's concerning when you're not beating up on the cupcakes, right? Like, when it's 38-10, it's concern.
Yeah,
that's why we were concerned last week. But hey, they righted the ship. Got some good fluidity, good, I guess, confidence going into the bye week, and start to build on that, right? You go from there, you build on that, you try and hone in on the discipline and cut back on the offsides and the other little penalties that kill drives, and shape this thing up, fine tune it, and get ready for Florida, and then on to Oklahoma. So
that's really the whole thing. And I do think, because I talk about it a lot, to where it's like, sometimes I don't know if a bye week is a good thing or a bad thing. And coming off with the momentum that you just had this week, part of me says, man, I wish you were playing next week so you could just kind of continue that push. But I think this team needs a little bit of a reset. Where it's like, take a couple days off, just kind of let the past be the past. You're still your national championship chances. It's all still there.
They're still there, but not at the way that you're playing. Not at the way that you've played the past month. I'd say, right?
Right.
You played efficient football on Saturday. You played decent football on week 1. I'll say you played good enough football to win, but still, I mean, hell, no, I can't even shortchange it, right? You played good football on Saturday against Ohio State. Yep. You just, inside the stats, you beat them, from top to bottom, they just got the best of you in the points.
They made the plays when they needed to.
And the penalties came back to bite you in the ass right there too. So, yeah, and of course you're going to stumble at times, right? People stumble at times, but it's how you get up, right? And Longhorns got up 55-0 on this past Saturday. Let's see how they continue to right the ship and continue to press forward and progress. Moving forward, I'd like to see Wingo had a decent game on Saturday, but I'd like to see him as the key guy. Like, I know Livingston's been kind of wishful thinking in the wishful well for Arch there, but I think we all see it, right? The true stud, the true thoroughbred on the field is Wingo. Like,
absolutely,
you have to be able to get this guy the ball. If you're not scheming it, if you're not getting the end of rounds, short little intermediate passes to where maybe you don't have to hone in on him deep, right? Just throw him in that short little intermediate route, get him with the yards after catch, and let your athletes do the work, man.
Yeah. I mean, that's the whole thing. And I think what I figured out from this offense is that when the season started, I thought that it was going to be, just the big playability and whatever that was going to win a lot of football games, just the ability to put people away. But kind of what I'm figuring out now with this offense, because look, they're not going to be able to duplicate what we saw against Sam Houston against the rest of the schedule. I don't think there's anybody on that schedule that you're going to do that against. Kentucky, maybe. But the whole thing is, I think what we need to be prepared for is with this offense that it's going to be little chunks and chunks and chunks, and then maybe a big hitter. It's not. I think the offense is going to be.
Well, what do you mean by chunks?
Where it's going to be your
describe chunks for me.
Like you're running the ball to where it's like 6 yards, 4 yards, 3 yards, and then you're doing. It's not the long. What was it? 60 whatever yard pass.
Okay, so chunks to me is like 15 yards, right? Like
no, I'm talking about little chunk plays on the ground. I think you're going to have to lean on the running game, and it's not. I think that the offense may be kind of revolutionizing itself to where it's not the flash and pizzazz offense that we thought it was going to be. I mean, maybe it still will be.
Well,
but
when you have so much turnover like that, how can you have that much flash? And I get it. The success, right? Like, you're always supposed to be able to reload, right, with the tools and the talent that you have at Texas. But you lost three receivers. Helm was a tight end, but 3 receivers I would say 6, right? 6 in the past 2 years to the NFL. All right, so you have to reload. You have to find your supplement or your succession plan some way. Wingo's the guy. Livingston looks like he seems to be coming in somewhat of a fit to that too, right? But ultimately, it's just hard to kind of always just supplement that talent year in and year out, right? Maybe it's not the run and shoot thing that the run and shoot offense that we wanted. I'm cool with having a good ground and pound running attack.
Absolutely.
When preseason you have, now of course injury dictated a lot of this, right? But preseason you had 2 running backs that were featured in the top 10 for the SEC, right? And if the SEC is supposed to be leading the way in the nation in terms of football, or that's the top of the pantheon there in terms of the league, why wouldn't you lean on your running game and then have that develop your passing attack? Or maybe we like to zig when we're supposed to be zagging. I don't know, but I feel like it was football 101, but in this new revolution, as you called it, new revolutionized way of football here, where it's pass first and run second. Who knows? Maybe I'm just a dinosaur now.
And it all goes back to where we talk about the conversation the last 2 weeks has been this offense doesn't have an identity. I think maybe they're figuring out their identity that is not what it was with Quinn Ewers. And you look at the different stuff, and when I hear people say, well, the plays that Arch made last year, and to your point, who was he throwing to? Matthew Golden, Isaiah Bond.
Yeah, he had some NFL talent. I'm not saying that he doesn't have NFL talent right now, but
right. It's like so when Arch gets plugged in the game, who's he throwing to? Guys that aren't there anymore. Who's blocking for him? An offensive line that was at one point the Joe Moore Award favorite. It's very different. You can't compare this offense to that other offense, but it's really hard to dig that in. You have to go in there and really look at last year's offense versus this year's offense and say, it's a lot different than just Quinn Ewers and Arch Manning. It's not a fair comparison. It hasn't been from
let me
week
ask
one.
you, what do you think the identity of the team is? What do you think the identity of the offense is?
I really feel that right now it is going to be lean on the run and open up the other avenues, because if you look at it, and still with Arch.
I was going to say, would you like to see a little more RPO involved?
I really would now. At the beginning of the year, I'm like, I don't want Arch running. I don't want Arch being very mobile. But that's when I was thinking, that's where I was in that mindset too of last year's offense.
Yeah, you're not embracing the new identity of the offense, right?
Right.
Like Arch has wheels. Arch has stuff that Quinn wasn't, and it looked like Quinn developed a little bit of the fleet of foot, right? But then he was just reluctant to run. Okay. Now I don't need designed runs. However, I do love when Oklahoma does this really well, right? They spread the entire defense out, the opposition's defense out, and then they get an isolation with the quarterback on the linebacker, right? And the quarterback uses his athleticism to beat the middle linebacker. And then he's got 10 extra yards to run before the secondary collapses in on him, right? If we can, I don't know why we can't do that with Arch. Like, Arch definitely has the skill set and the ability with the wheels that he has to do that. Again, I'm with you. I'm reluctancy with running the guy because I don't want him hurt, but still, when you have these tools, when you have these weapons, and that's just it, you have to weaponize Arch, right? You weaponize him by utilizing his wheels with his arm. And if that's the RPO, or if it's done just by naturally, extension of the play after the play breaks down and he's, trying to make yards, outside of the pocket, great. But ultimately, I think the offense does gain that identity, or does gain that optimal setting with Arch utilizing his legs. You guys know me, man. There's nothing more dangerous in college football than a running quarterback. There's just not.
Yeah. You look at, I saw our man on Twitter, on X, whatever it's called. Our man Nash put up some stats today where you got Mateer and Arch, and you look, and it's passer stats. I should have pulled it up, but it's like Arch is above John Mateer and all that stuff, to where John Mateer, you're talking about this dude for the Heisman now, but it's exactly
rightfully so. Don't you think he's gotten Heisman numbers? Don't you think?
Arch?
No, John Mateer.
Yeah, absolutely. But a lot of the conversation is with what Mateer's doing, but it's on the ground. I mean, Mateer is doing what we assumed was going to happen with Arch, but I think to where my point of finding the identity is that Sark and the staff are finding out that it's going to be a different identity where the RPO has to factor in. And again, I don't want him running. I said that so much. Only run if you have to. He's going to have to. But look how it opens up again. Sam Houston, the opponent. Look at Matthew Caldwell. That dude comes into the game, and it's like, is that Arch?
Well, here's the thing too, right? He's also playing on house money. He's playing, it's kind of like the same situation that Arch was in yesterday or last year, right? Like, if Arch goes down, sure, I'll come in for fuck. If Arch goes down, I'll come in for a few snaps or whatever, and then it's really not much pressure, man. I just jacked my shoulder up, man. Sorry about that.
We're not putting you in for Arch.
Yeah, don't do that. No. Shit, go ahead, man. What was that? I lost my train.
No, it's just that. I mean, that's the one thing that I'm really taking out of this game. And again, the confidence and all of that, the swagger, and it's great. I mean, I love to see Arch fired up, and I love to see. I think it's gotten better every week, since Ohio State, to where he is. I mean, you see him, and he's becoming the leader of that team. And when he does shit like staring down number 6 over there in the end zone, I mean, those are the things that
I like that. I don't mind that, man.
I don't mind that at all. I don't mind that at all. Should it have been taunting? I mean, probably. I mean, it probably should have been. I mean, because you can't do that shit anymore. I mean, you can't do that. And I don't necessarily.
Right. I forgot I forgot the game. I forgot the game's changed. My bad.
Yeah. This isn't the same old football that we grew up on. I mean, it's a lot different. But I like the confidence. I like the swagger. I mean, and the whole thing about it was, I think what made that even more impressive the other night, it just felt more powerful. I think being at night, being a night game with just everything, the atmosphere.
Yeah, this was the first night game, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Everything's been at 11, and it's 11. Yeah, well, 3:15 was UTEP, so you actually were under the lights for this game, and I thought, hell, maybe they play better at night. I don't know. Maybe they're nocturnal. I don't know what the deal is, but
They need to wake up regardless, and they did it. So
you better figure out how to play during the day.
Let me ask you another question real quick. We talked about, the identity, and you said you don't want Arch to run. You want him to run, but you don't want him to run too much. Well, what happens if the defense or the opposition just hones in on, okay, well, this is a running situation, right? Well, this is usually a situation where Arch runs. I want unpredictability. I want first down, Arch taken off. I want, second down, Arch. So my point is, last year, whenever Arch came in, I felt like it was predictable. It was going to be an RPO situation, and Arch was going to run the ball, and it was easy for the defense to kind of key on that, right? Case in point, let's move to the NFL real quick, and let's talk about the Giants just for a brief moment. Whenever Jackson Dart is in the game, it's a run. Okay.
Yeah.
The Giants have not passed the ball whenever Jackson Dart has been in there. Defense is keying on this, right? It's not so much the fact that Jackson Dart is going to run the ball, but also it's just an RPO. Until you can keep that defense honest and balanced, they're not gonna give you that. They're not gonna give you that honor or honor that notion of Jackson Dart throwing the ball until he unleashes one and throws one, right? Again, maybe they're trying to maybe the Giants are trying to lull him to sleep a little bit, but my point is you can't be predictable. You can't have a predictable offense. You got to zig when others are zagging, and you have to keep the defense off balance. If you start to create a scenario to where this is a running situation for Arch, let's key in and hone on it. I think it's just going to be nothing but detrimental to us. So.
Yeah, even the Cowboy offense or defense figured out that when Dart came in the game, he was going to run. Jackson Dart, my son, he's my son. You know that?
I did not know that.
Seen his mom?
Does Tracy watch this show?
Negative.
Okay.
She's working and doesn't care to.
Better hope she doesn't see the feedback or the replay. And
she knows, man. She knows.
I mean, I know you're not serious, but damn, my wife would come up here and slap the shit out of me.
She's like, you're harmless. She's like, you're harmless.
You're harmless.
It's kind of one of those things where I would always joke about, my buddies, that if there was a gay person around, a gay dude, to where it's like, I'm not going near that guy, and I'm like, don't worry, that guy ain't coming nowhere near you. I think that's where Tracy's like, oh yeah, you can gawk over those pretty women all you want. You don't have anything. I have nothing to worry about.
I got you. Oh, where you want to go? Can we do some ads?
I'm gonna go to Bee Caves. I'm gonna go to Bee Caves. Yeah, we're going to the beautiful hill country.
Give me like 2 minutes real quick. I'm gonna go get some Tire Bomb real quick.
Hold on. Dude, I got it. We're gonna talk about Covert Bee Cave. Check out those weekly specials at covertbeecave.com. Hey, there they are right here on the Tom McKay system back here. Covert Bee Cave. You're looking for that new or pre-owned car, truck, or SUV. We will definitely point you that direction.
You see Covert everywhere. It's that personal level of just feeling like it's a personal family interaction.
The customer service, it's impeccable. It's unlike anything I've ever experienced buying a car.
Over the 30 years that I've been buying cars from them, I feel like I know them and they know me.
Covert's done an amazing job of making me feel valued. If you purchase a vehicle and you want to feel like you're part of a family, join the Covert family.
Come and experience it for yourself.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
That's right. Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. Also want to tell you all about McCall Custom Homes. Let me tell you, friends, if you're looking for that home renovation project that you've been thinking about for some time, we thought about it for about 5 years, never pulled the trigger, finally had the opportunity, made 2 calls. We called another contractor, and then we called Mike McCall. Mike McCall came in here, blew them out of the water. We never even considered calling anybody else. And he can do that for you too. McCall Custom Homes, McCallCustomHomesATX.com. Check them out if you're looking for an indoor project. If you're looking to renovate your, here they are. Once again, here's my old real estate hat, realtor advice to you. If you're looking to upgrade your home, there are 3 places that you can add value: kitchen, master bath, master bedroom. Those are the places. Or if you're, hey, it's going to cool off. It's supposed to rain on Wednesday. We're going to get into those cooler temperatures. You want to spend time outside. You've got an outdoor project that you want to take care of. They can handle that for you as well. And there's even better news. Free estimates. If you're a TSU listener, subscriber, watcher, listener, whatever it is, if you're checking in on the free app, be sure and call that number, 512-633-9580. That is directly to Mike They have a hell of a project that they're working on right now. Can't wait to see the end results of that one. That they're taking apart a big 2-story over in the I think it's out there in that Westlake area that they're working on one. That's going to be something to see when it's all said and done. But be sure and get that free estimate from them, 512-633-9580. For over 40 years, a father-son team doing it right here in Central Texas, taking care of a bunch of folks like myself, like Bucky Godbolt. We trust our homes to them. You should as well. 512-633-9580, McCall Custom Homes, ATX.com. Check them out today. McCall Custom Homes, we build value into your home.
I see some of your old comments. Troy and Rob, you guys are all over it, man. In Collinsworth, real quick, I know we're kind of talking about the Longhorns here, but real quick, just my ADHD ass doesn't forget about this. Collinsworth kind of said something, and Trico kind of said something last night on the broadcast there, where when you're
Patrick Mahomes,
you're kind of right around there, right? Like that's kind of what he was doing. I mean,
is there anything this guy can't
language, right? And his son Jack kind of speaks the same kind of shit.
Oh, I know, right?
Yeah, they're kind of the same. Well, the apple didn't fall far from the tree in that. We'll just say that.
Whatever.
However, Collinsworth last night said that you're drafting when you draft a quarterback, you're usually drafting for the next coach, right? And I think that has some weight to it, but also like I think Dable moved up. I think Dable and Schoen moved up and took Dart in the first because it was almost like desperate out of desperation, right? Like they're trying, and I've been saying this, man, like Russell Wilson wasn't the move. Like that was the bridge, right? That was the bridge to try and get, somebody that can implement Dable's offense, right? He really wants Josh Allen. That's his offense. Right? When he was the offensive coordinator with Josh Allen, he was in heaven. He was absolutely in heaven. He tried to make that with Daniel Jones, right? He drafted Jackson Dart because he sees that type of caliber, that type of skill set, play set in Jackson Dart. I think they talked about you're just drafting your quarterback for the next coach. I think this was Dable's quarterback. I think Dable's his last hurrah or his last desperation is to throw Jackson Dart in there and then look up the mirror and say, "Oh, see, I got it. It's shown. It's shown out of the way here." You know what I mean? So that's where I'm at with this. Like I think Dart's absolutely going to play. Russell Wilson, you had a great game against the Cowboys, who I think we're all finding out, or we're coming to reality that the Cowboys aren't a good team.
Wait a minute. You take that back.
Hey, man, you beat me to it. I was fooled, right? The wool was pulled over my eyes. So back to the Longhorns real quick, though. Any last saved rounds that you want to get out of here? I'm sure we'll be able to break down the Longhorns for the next couple of weeks.
Yeah. And the next 2 days, 7 to 9. Woo.
7 to 9.
Set an early alarm, man. I'm gonna wake up when the chickens start. Chickens are clucking. Oh yeah, me too. I get up early. I get up early and go to bed earlier sometimes. Yes, Michael C. Thank you. That is a primary bedroom. A primary bedroom. I take that back.
What's Lee Castle Rock talking about? What'd you say?
Yeah, you can't. So this is when I knew it was time for me to get out of real estate. Because a while ago I was talking about Mike McCall, and I said, yeah, we came in and did our master bathroom. Can't say master.
Why can't you say master bathroom?
Master. What do some people relate being a master?
Oh, Jesus Christ. Did everybody in America own a slave? Just asking a question.
Man, the only thing that I think of when I think of master is masturbating. I don't understand why.
I'm so tired of this oversensitivity shit. As I get sensitive about something, so
it's yeah.
You know what?
I
you
get
do
it.
this. You do this to me, Dr. Ronnie.
Well,
you do this to me.
I just don't get it sometimes, but it's like
I unplugged from social media on purpose, and then you pull me back.
No, man. I got to tell you, man. Especially after the last week and a half. And look, full disclosure, I don't lean either way. Either way. I'm a very moderate. I'm a very medium dude.
Okay.
But after
as you should be, you should have common sense.
That's right. I'm a half breed. I'm a half breed in more ways than one.
Master.
I think I'm gonna have to get out of there. What's that?
Master of your own domain.
I master my domain better than anybody else ever has. But anyway, yeah, it's just a mess. Hey, I got to mention too, right quick. And again, now I'm turning into Wags over here. Just a random thing on the Coda text line 222-9328. I was out at Austin FC yesterday, doing a little work for the other job. Anyway, and what a finish, by the way. Austin, how do those guys win at the end of those games, man? They just keep doing it. Got to meet our man Greg from Georgetown, from gorgeous Georgetown. Gorgeous Greg from gorgeous Georgetown. Got to meet that dude, shake his hand, talk a little bit. We talked about all kinds of stuff. So, yeah, Greg, good to meet you, man. Yes,
you're all over the fucking place today.
Rodney swings both ways. I swing both ways.
Where are we going, man? Let's go to the NFL, bro.
So do we still think Green Bay's going to win the Super Bowl?
No.
What happened, dude?
We are not, it's overreaction Monday here.
Oh my goodness. It's like, I mean, are you kidding me? You know what that tells me? That tells me that Sunday afternoon, AT&T Stadium, they're going to pummel Dallas. We talked about hungry teams coming into the AT&T Stadium. Oh my Lord.
Anything else from college football before we go to professional football? Now, there was a great slate. I just Nebraska turned into an awesome game. How about that Baylor game, dude?
Yeah,
that Baylor game. Utah, that was a good game too. So
Indiana,
Utah,
dude.
Well, it wasn't a good game for Utah, but good game for me. I called wrong team favored. You guys, it's hard to I know it's hard to go with Joey McGuire, but sometimes
Tech. Oh man,
but sometimes you can make some money. You can make some money.
Well, and here's the whole thing with Tech. You know, with Texas, again, here's the Texas fan coming out of me. Well, Texas buys everything. Texas has the best team money can buy. What the hell has Tech done, for crying out loud? They went out and started spending money. Look at them. So, I mean, we talked about that coming into that game, Wags. It's like, so does the winner of this, do they become the presumptive Big 12 favorite?
I don't want to discount or just dismiss Arizona State. Like, I feel like they will be there at the end of the year. Like, they'll be knocking on the door for the Big 12. They're just too good of a team, too talented of a team, too well coached of a team to not be there.
Yeah.
What's the craziest thing? What was one of the craziest things that you saw from the weekend in college football?
Crazy.
I know you had postgame. I know you were probably busy, but
yeah, no, I got to tell you, and it's not really crazy. It was kind of the eye-opening moment to where one of the conversations that I've asked this myself. It's like, who's going to be this year's Indiana? Indiana's going to be this year.
Indiana's going to be Indiana.
Oh, man, that's Fernando Mendoza.
Real. That's where, I mean, you read my mind, amigo. Like, yeah. I mean, Illinois, Indiana. That was a game that I was locked in on. I was I was really looking forward to anticipating that game, and then that's just a barber shell shock.
Yeah, and this Mendoza, let me tell you, man, mi raza, we're not supposed to be able to play football like that, but not quarterback anyway. Put us on the offensive line, we'll kick your ass. But yeah,
Castellanos though. Castellanos kicking ass down there in Florida State. I mean, you guys are taking over.
That's right. Hey, here we come. We don't care about tariffs. Ice my ass. Here we come. But yeah, Indiana's going to be this year's Indiana, and they're going to that really was the thing for me. And I know we're going to do like the best thing of the weekend.
Best thing from the weekend.
And they kind of factor into that a little bit. But yeah, Indiana, I'm like, holy smoke, that was a throttling, and kind of Tech was too, to be honest with you. I didn't expect that. That one I didn't like to see.
No, Tech, I mean, Oklahoma, Auburn, that was probably the best game on the slate, though. I mean, it sucks to have Oklahoma win, but I mean, if Oklahoma can build this pedigree or this this portfolio, right, and then all of a sudden, they lose in a couple of weeks to us, and then they win out. They continue to win out. That looks good for us. That builds up. That builds up.
And Wags, everybody that wants to talk about Art standing over that dude in the end zone at DKR, what kind of chicken shit play is that? Where you act like you're going to sub a guy out, and he goes over there and stands on the end line, and you snap the ball and you throw it. I like it too. I like it.
Damn. I just did it again. I'm shrugging my shoulder, man.
I like it too, but at the same time, you can't take advantage of the sub rule or whatever it is. And I mean, look at the final score of that.
Oh,
game.
that's right. That is against is in violation. You're not supposed to be able to hide players.
And that one I get. That one I totally understand.
I forgot about that.
Yeah, there's a lot of rules to where I'm like, man, they're ruining football with this. That I totally understand, especially now with subbing in and out. But hey, there you go. I mean, but you know what?
But also, can I say something else? Like, I don't pay attention to other like I take care of what we can take. Like, I focus on what we needed to work on, right? Like, if once we tidy up all of our shit, then I look out.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
I don't look out until we got too many problems for me to look out.
Yeah.
Right. Like once we address our stuff, then I'll start, looking at A&M and looking at Oklahoma and seeing what they're doing, their little mishaps and stuff. Right. We can't point fingers anymore now, dude. No. Like, no. Like, and like I can't even some of the stuff that people write in chat rooms for these sports pages and stuff, I can't fire back. I got nothing. I got nothing to sit on. Like people with Penn State, right? Like Penn State underperforming. I can't say shit.
Yeah.
What South Carolina underperforming? Clemson. I mean, now Clemson's a different story.
Well,
dude, Clemson's a different story.
I was talking about who's going to be this year's Indiana. I think we figured out who's going to be this year's Florida State, Clemson. God, dude. Talk about a downfall.
Do you have any type of, I guess, empathy for Dabo? Or
I like Dabo.
I don't mind. No, I don't mind that. I think he's a little wonky,
Debo,
right?
I like Debo. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I like Debo. I like Debo. I think Debo's a little wonky, but no, I mean, just a cornball, just a goofy little cornball, man. But still, I don't have anything negative against him. I think he's, I think he didn't address or didn't kind of lean into the new ways of college football like I think, he should have or like his peers did. And it's coming back to bite him in the ass. But with this many returning players or returning starters on both sides of the ball, you would have figured Clemson to at least being able to, I don't know, pull off some type of ACC count or run to where they're the juggernauts of that. But now, man, they're struggling to even prove themselves as a factor here in the ACC. And I think, I saw the comments earlier. I can't remember if it was Jake or Rob that said this, but yeah, we were kind of fooled. We were all fooled by Clemson this year, man, as they have just laid nothing but a doormat down.
At the beginning of the year when it was like Arch Manning's going to win the Heisman, I'm like, no, he's not. Cade Klubnik is. So it's like, whoa.
And he's not playing well either, man.
No, he's not, man. He's not. You know what? I'm looking forward to
I'm sorry, real quick. I don't think the offensive coordinator, right? I don't think Riley or not right. Yeah, it's Riley. It's Lincoln Riley's brother. I can't think of his first name though. I don't think that he's putting Klubnik in the best situations, right? Maybe the problem isn't Klubnik. Maybe it's the offensive coordinator.
Could be. It could be. Speaking of Lincoln Riley, I mean, how about USC?
Yeah, how about that? Michigan State, Dad's party.
Look at those guys. But just imagine this. Let's imagine Dabo Swinney and Mike Gundy both end up unemployed after the end of this year, and they start their own podcast.
I don't think Dabo, even if Dabo loses the Clemson job, he will get scooped up somewhere immediately.
Oh yeah,
right.
Yeah.
Gundy, I don't know if Gundy would want another job.
I think Gundy's kind of at the point where
that's what it feels like. It feels like Gundy is kind of like, man, I'm kind of done with this shit.
That's right? A TV guy. Matt, put that dude on TV.
Actually, that's a guy that I think he's going to go up to his cabin or wherever he goes, and he's probably going to disappear from society because he doesn't like society.
Going to do like Mike McCarthy, just fall off the face of the earth. Well, like he did the first time. Not this time because I still see him.
Quite possibly. Yeah. Anything else crazy from?
I gotta mention. I'm proud of UNT. North Texas.
North Texas? Okay.
Look at North Texas. Still haven't lost a game. Of course, I have invested a lot of money into that university with one child going through there. So I like when, I follow UNT. It's like, look at these guys, man. Looking good, UNT.
That green and white?
Green and white.
Green and
white. Yeah. My the first year that my kiddo was there, she stayed in the Joe Green Hall, which was named after because it was funded by Mean Joe Green of the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. That was pretty
cool.
I
heard he was like actually one of the nicest guys.
That's what I've heard too. You remember that? No, you don't remember.
No, with the commercial, the Coke commercial?
Gives a kid the jersey.
Yeah,
right?
gives the kid hey, Mean Joe. He gives hey, here, have a Coke.
We need more commercials like that. See, we're talking about all these horrible times we're going through. If they had more good commercials like that, we don't have a warm fuzzy every now and then.
Right? A what?
A warm fuzzy. It makes your heart feel good.
My heart's just stone cold. I don't ever have a warm, fuzzy feeling, man.
Yeah.
All right. Anything else from the college slate?
We can save some of it. We got all week.
Yeah, let's go to the pros, man. Let's go. I mean, I know we got a game tonight. Big game tonight. Ravens and Lions tonight. Oh my!
I'm looking forward to that. Let's see how Detroit does on the road.
Yeah, let's stay in the let's stay in the East and stay in the North, right? Bears and Cowboys. We got to talk about it. We have to, right? Like we're going to talk about the Giants too. Giants, awful showing, but I mean, it's the Bears, bro. It's the Bears, and Caleb Williams looked like, it's not like the game that he had against the Cowboys propelled him into a top 5 spot into fantasy football right now. Fantasy football quarterbacks. Not that those types of numbers have any relevancy to how you perform on the field or how your team performs, rather, but still. Dallas is bad at covering the pass, and that was on full display yesterday. Your thoughts?
Well, I'll tell you what the problem is. Yes, they are bad at covering the pass, but at the same time, it's really hard to cover the pass when you can't pressure the quarterback. There's absolutely nobody.
That's true. That's
nobody
true.
On that front seven that seems to be able to make an impact at pressuring the quarterback. And a lot of people want to pile on Matt Eberflus. Look, I'm not a fan of Matt Eberflus myself, but you have to think when this dude comes in to become the defensive coordinator, even though he was handpicked by the Jones family, it's like, what do you do when a week before everything that you're basing your system around, your main cog is gone?
Leads. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's really hard. And that's to where the Cowboys defense, where they've gone back to, we really need to work on stopping the run. Well, they're doing decent at stopping the run. But hell, you stop the run, you open up the pass, and there's nobody putting pressure. And look, Russell Wilson did what he did last week. Caleb did what 4 touchdowns yesterday from Caleb, almost 300 yards.
Yeah, and that's the thing too, right? Look at what Russell Wilson did back to Russell Wilson of week 1, right? So I think the tell of the tape is the Dallas Cowboys secondary, or not just the secondary, but it's like you said, it's the lack of pressure. So, I mean, and how do you gauge on that too, right? When you're, what are we still in our first real quarter of the season in the NFL, right? So it's still yet a young campaign, but the signs are there. Like the Dallas defense is bad.
It's horrible. I mean, it's really bad. And what sucks is that of course, you didn't see it yesterday, but when CD Lamb, who lined up the running back,
rolled up ankle.
Yeah. So how long is that? Jerry says it's not expected. It could have been worse. Jerry says, how long are you going to be without that guy? And when he's out, when he's out, Wags, Dak's not the same. And that's not anything against Dak. I mean, that's where we talk about you lose the key cog. I mean, I know you got George Pickens there, but
I was going to say, you don't think Pickens is going to be enough to supplement, or
I think he will be, but not in game. What are we in game 3? Yeah, not in game 3 of his first season there, to where it's like the first option right there. Because obviously CD is going to open up George, and
and CD usually gets CD. I don't know how many consecutive games, and I should know this because he's on my dynasty league, but I feel like CD usually eclipses the 100 yards, right?
Yeah.
In terms of reception. So,
like
he's the guy that carves up the defense, and then Pickens is, the nice red zone threat. And I would think Fergie's a good red zone threat too for Dak, man. Just when it looked like it was starting to get figured out, and then CD, and that was on a reverse too, right? And then around.
Yes, when he lined up in the backfield.
But that's he wasn't he was in the backfield, wasn't in and around.
Yeah. And the whole thing is that this kind of has a lot. The Cowboys season, other than the fact that the Cowboys have lost games and Texas hasn't, other than the first one. The Cowboys defense in week number 1 against Philadelphia, I think they only gave up one play.
Yeah, they really weren't that bad, which kind of gave me the notion that, okay, Dallas isn't going to struggle. Dallas could be there at the end of the year, right? And then, me knowing the Giants and seeing what the Giants did to him, and just like, this should not be happening. Like,
and I think so
should not look like he's in Seattle,
Yeah, so much of that was in week 1 to where the Eagles are just so good. And again, after yesterday, it's like, Philadelphia is just on a torrid pace right now. Look who they've beaten already after beating the Rams yesterday.
Man, all right, the best thing you saw from the weekend. What's the best thing you saw from the weekend?
The best thing that I saw, and it goes back to college football to where it's kind of like after week 4, because people say, a lot, you don't need polls or any of that stuff until week 4. That's kind of my gauge as well, too, as you're getting ready for conference and all these different things, to where I can really have a good feel for a team or whatever that I may be thinking. The best thing I saw over the weekend, and after week 4 of college football, I really don't have a clear-cut national championship favorite. I think there are a few. I don't have a clear-cut Heisman Trophy winner. The guys that I kind of think could win that, not that means anything, but just the elite status of a college football player. It's people that we're talking about over here, like Mendoza. Like who? I love that college football after week 4 is.
You think there's parity in college football?
It seems like it. It seems
so
like
you guys.
It seems like it to me, to where, like, even with the SEC, I think we know it's going to be Georgia, whatever the case is right there. But I think that there are so many teams that are doing really good things. Tech, UNT, Indiana, Missouri.
Oh, Missouri too. Yeah. So that's just it. Like the surprise. There's been surprises for me, right? Like, eye openers. Missouri is one of them. You guys know that I follow Maryland, pretty closely too, right? Maryland being 4-0 and beating, going and being able to beat Wisconsin. Now, this is probably one of the worst Wisconsin teams we've seen in 20 years, but still, the fact that Maryland's 4-0 in the Big Ten and making some noise, and they weren't supposed to be 4-0. They were supposed to be like 2-2. It's a rebuilding year for Maryland. Very young, talented team, but they're making some noise in the Big Ten, which is crazy.
But
that's it. That's been it for me. I don't know if there's parity in the college landscape yet, just because I haven't seen that much crucial conference play yet. Like, I thought we were going to see some with Illinois and Indiana, and that was just a barn burner for Indiana there. So I'm seeing more surprises in college than I am seeing so much parity. The parity, I think, is kind of in the NFL, in my opinion. Like, if I feel like there's not really a juggernaut, and the people that we saw, or the teams that were used to kind of, paving the way and leading the way for the playoffs, are kind of struggling a bit. And you're seeing that with Kansas City right now. Kansas City's kind of, going up against a battle of attrition in their own right, but they're finding ways to win. And I know the Giants are an 0-3 team. I get that they're a bad team, but they're a pretty decent defense. I would argue with anybody that their defense is pretty sound. They're just usually on the field more than they should be. And they, if you're on the field more than less, you're going to get fatigued and then ultimately just, kind of concede. But if they were able to have a balanced offense and kind of, weigh the plan of attack out, or the time of possession out, I think they'd be in a better spot, honestly. But yeah, seeing what Kansas City was able to do with the lack of weapons that they had, and it's kind of like what Collinsworth said, right out of the gate, out of halftime, they were fantastic. They looked like they were able to turn it on, but then the Giants were able to give them a little bit of fits. So I think there's a little bit of parity. I think there's more parity. Now we'll see it tonight, right? Like, of course, Detroit shit the bed in week 1 and then came out and they were fantastic last week, and then we'll see how they go up against the Ravens here tonight on Monday Night Football. Best thing I saw from the weekend, probably Isaiah Rodgers from the Vikings. Now, we talk about parity, and then this game was absolutely just blown out of the water here. The Vikings just absolutely destroying and crushing the Bengals. What was the final? 48-10. But Isaiah Rodgers, man, a scoop and score. Well, first he had the interception return for a touchdown, pick six for a touchdown. Then he scoops the ball off the turf, gets a fumble recovery for a touchdown too. I mean, just defensive player of the game, clearly. And then was targeted 3 times and only allowed 1 catch, so it had a 33% rate there. But also, like, Isaiah Rodgers just, and it wasn't just that too, like special teams in the NFL, like the blocked field goals.
Oh, a lot of that, right? Yeah.
There's three, the Vikings, or excuse me, not the Vikings, Eagles, Packers, and I think there's one other. It's eluding me right now, but it was fantastic, man. Just a great week of football. Even my wife, who really doesn't get too moved with football, I mean, she was just like, oh, this is incredible. Does this happen all the time? No, this doesn't happen all the time. But yeah, the field goal blocks were on full display on Sunday yesterday.
I got to tell you though, I think the best moment maybe that I saw all weekend. Did you see this? See our man Irv
cranking that siren, man.
I'm like, dude, calm down, Irvin. Look at him,
getting it, absolutely getting it.
Oh man, Michael Irvin.
Yeah, that was probably the best thing that I saw.
What's he drinking
from the NFL? Crank stuff.
Well, I said drinking. Yeah, I wasn't going to apply anything else. It's like, damn, calm down. He was sweating, dude. Did you see him? That dude was covered in sweat.
It's Miami, bro. It's Miami. You're gonna sweat. Like the minute you walk out of the humidity down there, the minute you walk out of your door, you're sweating.
They're pretty damn good too. Those guys are pretty damn good too.
Yeah, they're pretty good, man.
Think about this week though. So we don't have a game. There's not a Texas game, but I mean, we get Oregon and Penn State, Alabama and Georgia. That's perfect to have a bye week, to sit back and let's watch this.
It's a nice little game.
Alabama, Georgia. I can't wait for that one.
It's a nice game. I don't know if Alabama has that luster that it used to have when I used to hear Alabama. Like the Saban Alabama was probably that's like the deepest of the crimson right there for me, in terms of the Tide, man. Saban era of Bama in modern day football. I mean, and not to throw a backhanded slap at Kalen here, but I mean, it's just, a couple of stumbles out of the gate.
Yeah.
You'd figure with the stuff, with the program that Saban left over, and I understand it's big shoes to fill. It's, large shoes to fill, but you'd figure with a program like that, you wouldn't be stumbling as much as you.
Yeah. And like with Indiana that we're talking about, I mean, just think of this. I mean, with Kurt Cignetti and that group over there, their national championship odds, and again, this is just odds, is 7.5% right now. They have higher odds than Alabama, Texas, or Penn State right now.
Damn.
Indiana.
Hey, one more quick question on DeBoer. Does he atone and right the ship and answer questions? And if he is on a little bit of a hot seat there in Tuscaloosa, does he atone for it and kind of cool things down if he beats Georgia?
I think my thought with that is, they've come out and been winning 77-0 and all these different, but it's like Texas beating Sam Houston.
Sure, exactly. Right. Yeah. But you're again, we don't give that much praise to that because that's what you're supposed to do.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Like, and of course we're gonna, raise a shit fit and throw, the sky falling down, shout at the sky, if it's only 35 points, because that's not what it's like. I used to tell my kid, right? Like, I'm sorry that I don't praise you all the time for the things that you're supposed to do, because that's just the standard. Like, great job at doing it. You know what I mean? Like, when you're doing it, you're supposed to be the best at doing it. But like, if you're relying on me to give you a pat on the back, or hey, that a boy, for doing what you're supposed to do,
right,
you're looking for the wrong thing. Like, I'm gonna be critical if you don't do it. I'm gonna hold you to that standard. Like, that's how life's supposed to be. That's reality.
Absolutely. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, you should. Yeah. So if they lose to Georgia,
the opposition, like they're supposed to be doing 77, and 77's amazing, right? But they're supposed to be putting up 50 burgers.
I think the folks in Tuscaloosa have their box of matches ready to go, ready to strike them if something goes wrong.
So you do think he atones and kind of cools anything that might be, flaming in Tuscaloosa down if he takes care of
if he wins. Yeah, if he wins, I don't think playing close does it, not for that fan base, but yeah, we'll see. That'll be fun to preview. Hey, Wax, before we get out of here, new lawyer in town when that storm hits, be sure and call Ryan Hurricane Hecht, your personal injury attorney, go-to injury attorney right here in Austin. A proud Texas Longhorn fighting for fellow Texans, guys. He's not just a lawyer, he's a Longhorn through and through. If you're injured in a car accident, hurt on the job, any of these random things that are going to require the need for a personal injury attorney, you call Hurricane Hecht. He's been fighting for justice and big results for over a decade, you guys. And you don't pay unless you win. That's right. No retainers, none of this other stuff. You don't pay unless you win, unless he wins your case, which he's probably going to. He's aggressive in court, compassionate with clients, Austin-based, Texas proud, friend of the show, fighter for the people. We talk about him all the time. It's a real deal right here, guys. Smart, tough, and relentless. Don't let those big insurance companies push you around. You tell them, the Hurricane has me covered. Take out your phone right now. Do me a favor. Stop what you're doing. Take your phone out right now. 512-938-8929. Get that in there. 512-938-8929. You can also email him at ryan@hechtlawfirm.com. That's Ryan at HECHT lawfirm.com. Be sure and tell him you heard about him right here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Before we bring the guys on, Wags, don't forget, you guys, if you want to see us tomorrow, you got to get up with the... We're on at 7 a.m. tomorrow. Up with the roosters crowing.
I've actually got some roosters in my backyard.
I was gonna say up with the cocks, but
he does have those roosters.
So you have your own eggs, Colin?
Now my neighbors do, and we didn't know that they had like a whole setup back there. And so my first day in the new house, when you get that cock-a-doodle-doo at like 4:30 in the morning, like,
shit!
Like, what did I just sign up for? Are
you in the suburban area?
It sounds like you signed up for a friendly gesture from the neighbor to give you some eggs.
I
mean,
like
if there's a rooster, there's got to be some hens in that hen house, right?
I would assume so. I know that they probably have their own eggs, but like if I'm getting a built-in alarm clock in the neighborhood, I would like some free eggs to come along with it.
Yeah,
I mean, sign up for that service,
dude.
Yeah. No, hey, I asked him, like, you didn't have a heads up on this, did you? It's just not at all.
Are you like in a subdivision, or are you like outlying?
Yeah, do you have
we're in like Louisville. That's the thing. That's what's crazy is when I first picked up on it, I was like, is that not illegal?
Yeah.
But because we don't have an HOA, I think it clears.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. If you don't have an HOA, yeah.
You need a galaxy brain this and start an HOA just so you can get rid of the roosters.
Write up some covenants. Number 1, no chickens.
Yeah.
Going through the neighborhood being like, hey guys, we're starting an HOA and I'm the president now. Shocking. Get rid of your chickens.
$25
Have you ever
a
had
month
like
right
natural
here.
eggs like that? Have you ever seen the difference in the yolks? Like,
I'm trying to think.
I don't know.
I don't think so.
They're more golden, they're more orange, they look more healthier.
Well, like the new thing is to buy pasture-raised eggs versus the conventional. And that's what I've picked up on, obviously, which I would assume is what you're talking about.
Yeah, so I didn't know that was the new thing. Usually we get pasteurized eggs. Yeah, man, don't let the aliens get in your brain, Colin.
Yeah, you don't want a pale yolk because then they're
already in
your brain.
Yeah. Hey, the whole getting chickens dumped on your lap thing at roosters reminds me. In the spring, my girlfriend and I, we were looking at different places to live. This one place, we're touring it. We hear this loud ass train right next to us. And it's like the train track has to be on the other side of this fence. There's no way it isn't. And I asked the lady giving us the tour, like, hey, there's nothing online about this train. Like, what time of the day does this come through? He's like, oh, like it comes through at any time during the day, during the night, not really set times. And I just looked at my girlfriend and it was like, yeah, well, we're done touring this place. You know, I'm not I'm not signing up to be woken up at 3 a.m. by a train.
Yeah. I had to sell when I was in real estate. I had to sell some condos that were over off of Howard Lane, and they back right up to the Capital Metro. And that thing would just come at random times, or a train would park out there, and it was you want to talk about obstacles. It's like, what about the train tracks? I'm like, well, they're there. You know, they'd ask, what about the train tracks? Well, they're there. That's all I can tell you. That's all I can tell you. Yeah. Not most opportune.
Yeah.
Christopher Foote just dropped the state. There's no Sam Houston State anymore. It's just Sam Houston.
Yeah, when did that become a thing? I didn't even know about that till this week when I kept
Sam Houston was never a state.
Huh?
They were never a state in the union.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
I'm just letting you know. That's God damn it.
We'll add him. We can just add him.
No, when I drove past the Sam Houston statue on Friday on my way to Willis, I thought about stopping and getting out, taking a photo, and tweeting something stupid like, "How is Texas going to stop this guy tomorrow?" But there was already traffic that had me getting into Willis an hour late because the geniuses who do construction on I-45 think it's a good idea to take it right when it goes from 3 lanes to 2 lanes. They're trying to get it down to 1 lane because they're doing construction. It's like, why would y'all do this during the day? You know, and like it was coned off. I didn't see any construction workers. And it's like the second lane looks fine. You can't put the cones back when you're not working on it, you know?
Yeah.
So I got there an hour late. But if not, I might have tweeted that photo and that caption.
There you go.
But, hey, how about the Longhorns?
Go Rams. Go Rams.
Offense
Christopher went to Colorado State. Go Rams.
All right, boys. I'm gonna check out. Y'all have a good show.
Yeah, I'm out of here too, man. I'm going to get some aliens in my brain there, Colin. Y'all be good.
See you later, Wags.
We'll see. Hey, one day we'll do an organic food segment with the Colin Kennedy. He's I don't know if I've ever been to his house and there's no eating of the organic antioxidant blueberries out of the freezer. You know, that's the go-to.
Pomegranate seeds have now kind of been my thing, which they're delicious. So I feel like I'm well within my right to do that.
Man, one day I'm going to show up to the Kennedy household and be like, "Yo, Jordan, you ever tried this ayahuasca stuff? It's all organic." No, tough crowd. Well, anyways, welcome into the Lone Star Playbook. There's bad weather either in Dallas or in Chicago that caused Nick's flight to get into DFW late. So he's actually landing like as we speak. So brought in Colin from the bullpen. Appreciate him as always coming on. We're going to get into the Oklahoma-Auburn stuff and that trickery by Ben Arbuckle here in a sec. But first, I want to start off with Texas. 55-0 win over Sam Houston State. Arch Manning has been unspace jammed. That's what the streets are saying. 18 of 21, 309 yards, 3 touchdowns. Also rushed the ball 5 times for 11 yards, 2 more touchdowns. Colin, you get to tune into the game at all? I know there were some, more entertaining ones going on at 7 o'clock, but I don't know. What do you think?
Yeah, I honestly wasn't able to watch the game while I was working and watching other games at the same time. That being said, I pulled up the platform I use to watch game film, and the number said Texas offensive plays 85. And I was like, oh my God, how am I going to watch even half of this stuff before I got to go on the show this morning? So I probably powered through maybe, between the sideline and the end zone angles, I got to maybe 40, 45 before the announcement came out or the news broke about scheduled rivalries, which I'm sure we'll talk about a little bit as well.
I didn't even see that.
Yeah, it's a big deal. Chris Lowe over at On3, legendary reporter, broke the news that he has apparently been told by sources that every SEC team's annual opponent has been finalized. The announcement was supposed to come out tomorrow, but the news broke this morning. And I guess if anyone hasn't caught it yet, Texas is now officially supposed to be drawing Texas A&M, Arkansas, and Oklahoma. There's a lot of layers to that, which if we have time, we'll get into that stuff. I actually am kind of fascinated by some of the other teams' annual opponents in the SEC, but going back to Texas, I powered through as much of the game tape as I could. Wanted to try and obviously go through every play that I could to watch. And I think it's a big deal that, like you mentioned, Arch Manning seemed to be settled in. I watched Jarrett Gibson get the ball a little bit, it looked like, which was good. The offensive line I watched intently. That group's still coming together. I was talking with some folks before the weekend how that line really needs to gel still. And so a game like this means a lot when you're playing that position. But overall, I mean, it was fine. I liked what I saw. Same Houston game though, so obviously you don't want to get too far ahead of your skis with that kind of stuff.
That is the asterisk on this whole thing is it is Sam Houston. But I mean, it's just good, seeing the ball go through the net, at least for Arch Manning,
right.
That was needed. Obviously there's that video going around of Sark kind of saying something to him and he pushes Sark off, and people are interpreting that differently. The way I see it, I'm pretty sure he just scored or was about to go in and Sark was hyping him up and it was kind of like and I got this thing, or I mean, I don't know. And it kind of is also the same thing as when he scored that rushing touchdown and kind of stared down number 6 and the ref came up to him and it wasn't a flag or whatnot. But one, that same player did the same thing to him when he tackled Manning early in the game. But 2,
correct.
For all the pressure that's been put on Arch Manning going into the season and all the hype and then not living up to that hype through 3 weeks. And, Eric Henry made this point last week, there's no escape from any of this, being the quarterback at the University of Texas. Can't go out to class or in school without hearing something from a student or running into people who want to talk about it. And you can't even turn on ESPN or any sports talk show or literally anything about sports without that being brought up at some point either, how poor he's played or how he isn't living up to the standard. So I really think the interaction he had with Sark on the sideline and him staring down the opponent after he scored or whatnot, just him letting out some emotion, some pressure and stuff that's been pent up and built up for the last few weeks, months, and potentially years, Because as poor as he's played, he wanted nothing more than to come out and have a game like he did for Sam Houston. So I don't know. Like I said, think the most important takeaway out of all this is Arch Manning saw, the ball go through the net again, and building up that confidence and having the good vibes going into the bye week. I mean, there's not really much more you could ask for out of Texas, I feel like. And, the main thing that'll be talked about from this game is how Arch performed, how the offense performed, how they scored 55 points. But I mean, Sam Houston, I might be mistaken on this. I was on the field. I watched the entire game through, my viewfinder taking photos, but I don't think Sam Houston had a first down the entire first half. At least not the first quarter. It was 3 and out, 3 and out, 3 and out, 3 and out. It wasn't competitive. So I thought the defense was great. I loved how many players got to play on defense. Guys I thought were good just from being on the field and watching. Ty Anthony Smith, the Young of the Foul. I thought Lance Jackson showed a lot of flashes and was phenomenal. I thought Trey Moore was really good rushing off the edge. Colin Simmons, obviously, felt like, he was playing more within his assignments. And they also, it seemed like had a few specific guys on pitch counts almost because, they could have beaten Sam Houston State with their threes. Jonah Williams, first time seeing him suit up for the Longhorns in a football uniform. He was really energetic on kickoff. He was running down after kickoffs, getting the student section hyped up. Was dancing, good vibes the whole night, and then got some reps at safety late. And everyone I keep talking to is is 9 Jonah Williams? He's humongous. Shouldn't he be playing linebacker? And it's well, he doesn't want to play in the box. But I mean, last year at Under Armour, he was like 6'3", 203, and I think went sub 4.5 on the laser. So special athlete. Cade Phillips, I thought was really good. I think that's the most he's ever played at Texas up to this point. He was wearing number 11, true freshman cornerback. Another true freshman corner I thought was great, Grayson Littleton. I noticed that sometimes throughout the game they would have Jelani McDonald at nickel with Michael Taff and Derek Williams as the safeties, and then the corners would be Malik Muhammad or Grayson Littleton. I think that, like, what Texas wants is their best players, as many of their best players to be on the field at the same time. And like when you look up and down the secondary, that might very well be the, best secondary lineup is Manny Muhammad, Grayson Littleton at corner, Jelani McDonald at nickel, Derek Williams, Michael Taff at safety. Thought Murata Watson, Cole Brevard were really good. And then like CB mentioned there, I mean, Jelani McDonald was phenomenal. Like he's playing himself into an early day 2 pick. I think he can be a second rounder, third rounder. I think that's a pretty, good projection for him as things currently stand. So DeAndre Moore, I thought he was really good coming back, brought some juice, some much needed juice, in my opinion. After the catch was dangerous. Ryan Wingo, kind of similar to, the experience with Arch Manning, it was good just seeing the ball go through the net. I know he's had catches and touchdowns earlier in the season, but them clicking, being more on the same page is good. Jordan Washington, I thought was pretty good. Scored the first touchdown of his collegiate career. And then, man, Matt Caldwell. I mean, getting 50 yards on that kind of, I don't know what to call it, a fake draw, whatever you want to call it. That was great. And to be honest with you, when he first came onto the field, I'm on the opposite end zone, so they're 70, 80 yards away, and I'm sitting on the ground, so it's kind of hard from ground level. But, like, he kind of looks like Arch Manning back there. That 18 and 16 looks similar. Same helmet, same face mask, and, they wear, I guess, accessories, whatever you want to call it, similarly. And then as he got closer, I was like, oh, no, that's Matthew Caldwell. He's got some wheels. And then the last thing, Ryan Niblett, that one play he had, I believe, in the third quarter, where he got in the end zone going up the right sideline. Like, I kind of talked about it last week and the week before, but how Texas is missing kind of that open field runner who can make you miss and, can take it all the way to the house from the backfield. They don't have that. They don't have a running back who, can make you miss an open field or is a threat to score from anywhere on the field. They don't have that breakaway speed in that room anymore, or at least haven't since Jaden Blue left. I think Derek Cooper's bringing that, but as far as this season goes, like, I think it'd be really smart if they could use Ryan Niblett in a similar way to Keelan Robinson, because when you think about this season, outside of like a few kind of shorter plays with Ryan Wingo, like how many times have we seen a Texas player run away from the defense and really break away? And Ryan Niblett can do that. He was great returning punts in the previous game, showed off the breakaway speed this game, got in the end zone. But like he should be getting at least 2 or 3 design touches a game. Keelan Robinson got that his final year at Texas. They'd bring him in. They'd run the orbit motion like every other game, and it was almost a guaranteed first down. And, he's a team guy just like Niblett is. Like Sarkeesian loves Niblett. So I think he can bring a lot of value as kind of that gadget running back. And I just think they need to figure out a way to get him the ball 2 to 3 times a game and to take advantage of that speed because they're kind of lacking it top to bottom this year. So those are kind of my takeaways. Going to hit on some of these comments.
I was just going to say real quick, I did think in watching the tape this morning that DJ Campbell and Gooseby both played pretty good games. I like what I saw from them, which is encouraging. I'm also with, I believe it was Chris in the chat that said this real quick. Brandon Baker's going to have some work to do. Watching the tape this morning, guys, like I'm watching, I'm going, DJ Campbell's looking pretty sharp. That's good. Gooseby's looking the way that he's supposed to. That's good. If they can get Brandon Baker to settle into himself a little bit, then this Texas offensive line is talked about in an entirely different light. And I kept coming back to that as I'm watching him have some good plays and then some plays where it's like, why are you on the ground as much as you are against Sam Houston? You know, like that question kept coming to my mind. But in one hand, while I do think there's improvement to be done there, kind of like what you're talking about, honestly, Jordan, like to see the ball go through the net, guys like DJ and Gooseby, having games like that, confidence plays a primary role in the offensive line. And I thought they deserve some praise too for what they did.
Yeah. I mean, Connor Stroh, I think that was probably the best game he's played up to this point at Texas. But, I mean, if I'm not mistaken, if I remember from watching down on the field, like, he's still falling over on some plays where he's just missing guys and is on the ground. That can't happen in conference play. One thing I'm curious about, I mean, I brought this up all throughout fall camp, is like, at this point, if Nato Umeozulu through 4 years is not ready to go, and you're having Connor Stroh out there and he's still falling down, Connor Robinson wasn't bad at center. Stick him at center and make Cole Hudson the left guard. Try that. I mean, he started like 10, 11, or 12 games as a true freshman at right guard. He can do it. So I think that's the best bet for Texas to have success. I'm with you. I thought Brandon Baker played well, or at least, you know, the best he's played in a Texas uniform up to this point. But, I mean, man, the penalties are ridiculous. Like early in the game when they had those penalties, I think either back-to-back or they had 2 on the same drive. Just like, Jesus Christ, man. Like, does Kyle Flood and Sark, do they have to do what Tom Herman did after practices, where the team who performed well gets good breakfast and the team that doesn't gets like the watered-down hotel powdered eggs? Like, they need to start doing that with the offensive line and these penalties where, oh, you got a false start or holding. All right, buddy, you're eating powdered eggs for the next 3 days. Like, something needs to happen.
Yeah.
Because it's been bad. There's no excuse for that in a home game versus Sam Houston. There's no excuse. And everyone who played or had penalties was second, third, or fourth year players. Like, it just inexcusable. So, Jose, I'm with you. He says, I think there's a concern with the offensive line still having holding calls and false starts, especially against Sam Houston. Need more domination up front and discipline. Completely agreed. And Jose said the final drive of the half was when Sam Houston had a first down. They had 2. Jake Bayless said, I took a pic of the scoreboard after we went up 31-0 with 1:25 left in the second quarter. We had 16 first downs to their 0, 134 rushing yards to their 3, 227 passing yards to their 14, and 361 yards total to their 17 total yards. Not bad at all. And CB said Caldwell faked out the entire broadcast. That's the second time he's done that this year, where like he's faked everyone out and still had the ball. So yeah. CB said, when does Trey Owens announce he's transferring? Colin, I don't know if you saw it because you didn't get to the end of the game, but Texas pulled Arch Manning with 6, 7, or 8 minutes left in the third, put in Caldwell, and then they put not Trey Owens, but KJ Lacey in.
Yeah, obviously I have a ton of friends who are Texas fans, and I get a ton of texts during Texas games, and I got that specific text, like, KJ Lacey in before Trey Owens? Like, there was a lot of surprise among a lot of people I know. What did you think about that? Because I've heard varying opinions on it. I mean, it's interesting to me, to say the least.
Yeah, it was very surprising. Very surprising. Not a good sign for Trey Owens, I'd say. I haven't heard anything on him transferring. I mean, throughout his recruitment, he always knew that Arch Manning was going to be at Texas for 4 years. But, I mean, even this was very surprising. And, you know, with Lacey, I do think there's certainly a higher ceiling there than with Owens. And, I mean, if Arch is going to stick through the 2026 season, that means 2027 would be the first time either Owens or Lacey could have a shot. 2027 is year 4 for Trey Owens and year 3 for KJ Lacey. You know, whoever wins that battle then, and Diabell would be in year 2. Whoever loses that battle between the 3 of them, one of them is likely transferring at that point. Maybe this is Texas showing they want that battle to be between KJ Lacey and Diabell, and they want it to be a 2-man battle. I mean, I'm not sure. I don't think he's hurt. I think we would have known about that. There's no reason for Sarkeesian to keep injury concerns around his third-string quarterback quiet. I don't really see that being a thing, but I mean, it was very interesting. And I'm curious if we can find out more on that throughout the season on what that kind of means for their future. But
I mean, he always felt like a competitive floor take, in my opinion. I like Trey a lot, but you kind of knew the deal, right? They needed someone in that situation that you're talking about to establish some sort of floor in that quarterback room. And I think Trey Owens is the perfect guy for that. But on that note, if your competitive floor guy isn't getting to show why he provides that, then my eyebrows go up a little bit, and I think I'm with you. I think they probably see KJ Lacey potentially as a higher ceiling or a better fit for this offense. And I can't fault them for that one bit because of all the conversations we've had about KJ coming into this Texas system. I don't know. It's a shame for Trey because he's a good kid, and I was looking forward to potentially getting to see some snaps from him. And when I got that text, it's just it's a bummer. So,
yeah, I mean, hey, he might be the odd one out. That's what it is, Great kid, great young man from a great family, but sorry, my dog is barking. But I mean, hey, at the end of the day, Steve Sarkeesian gets paid to win football games and to put the Longhorns in the best position. And I mean, that's what he's trying to do. Hold up. All right. What I was saying though, like in camp, I mean, Lacey, I think, is the flashier playmaker, but the down-to-down consistency isn't quite there with what it was with Owens, or at least to my understanding. But how do you fix that with reps, in-game reps, So maybe that's part of it too. One thing I've also been thinking, they had Kavian Bryant on campus, top QB target in 2027. Makes it easier to say, hey, you might be coming in behind Diabell. Arch Manning, might be here another year, even though that doesn't really affect you. But we play freshmen, check this out. Maybe it's some of that. I don't know. That's what I've been thinking about this morning. David Keith Williams said, what, if anything, have you heard about Jalen Lott's visit? The Texas receivers have played below expectation, but they're talented, and with Jermaine Bishop and Lott could be great in 2026. So I haven't heard anything on Lott yet. For those who don't know, Jalen Lott, the Oregon commits, the Texas legacy out of Frisco Panther Creek, made it down to Texas on Saturday for the Longhorns game. It's been like radio silent. It's hard getting feedback here. With the way Lott and his family approach this whole recruiting process, I don't really expect, any sudden reactions, anything to happen soon. And with my luck, we'll probably flip in 2 hours or something. But we're not expecting anything right now. Still waiting feedback, but that's pretty much it. And I mean, as far as him at Texas, I mean, I think it would be an amazing get, a great get. Jermaine Bishop, he can be exceptional at receiver in college, but he's going to have to play out of the slot. That's just what it is. Chris Stewart, he can play outside or in the slot. Cohen Brown, kind of a DeAndre Moore, where you're going to want him in the slot. So you need an outside guy in this cycle. And Jalen Lott can play outside. He can play X. He can literally play any position in the secondary or in the receiver room. Whatever it is, he'll do it. Ranked as a receiver because he wants to play receiver. So for those who have questions, if you were to flip, would he play corner, safety, or receiver? It would have to be a receiver for Texas to have a shot to pull off a flip. So we'll see if they can, make a bigger dent in Oregon's commitment before signing day. With these kids who commit to Oregon or these out-of-state programs, going that far from home and having to make a 3 or 4 hour flight, whatever it is, to get there each way. I mean, that becomes more and more real for the kid and the family the closer you get to signing day. And especially whenever, you make it down to Texas again and realize, hey, this is only a 3.5 hour drive from Frisco. It's 45 minutes from Frisco to the airport, and then we got to get on a plane however many hours to Portland and then drive an hour from Portland to Eugene. That's something to factor in, especially for these families who are making these trips every Saturday in the fall. So I think Texas, I mean, they keep at it. They should be able to continue chipping away into to Oregon's pledge. But yeah, all right. Sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say, since he was brought up, I didn't know if you were storing this for your discussion with Will tomorrow, but do you want to talk Jermaine Bishop? since you went and saw him last week, and I guess he ran for what, 250 yards on the ground.
Yeah, we can talk some Jermaine. So a little bummed. Went into this game hoping he'd break the record. 68 yards away from becoming the all-time leading receiver for the Houston area. That's all he needed. Just 68, 67 to tie it. He finished with 3 catches for 14 yards because he was running the ball the whole time. I saw Max Preps had it listed differently, but Houston Chronicle gave him more yards, so we're rolling with the Houston Chronicle stats over here,
Let's do it.
They got him 26 carries, 301 yards rushing, 4 touchdowns, an average of 11.6 yards per carry, scored on runs of 3, 33, 38, and 92. And he also had a passing touchdown, a 21-yard passing touchdown on a trick play. Played punter, was pretty good punting the ball, had a 49-yard punt, and also converted a first down on a fake punt on a 4th and 29, and then had 5 tackles, a PBU as well, and didn't leave the field. He was great. And I mean, the Woodlands were expected to win this game. I think they were the favorite going in, and they lost 42-30. A big part of that is because they had no way to stop Jermaine Bishop at running back. Willis, they're starting a freshman quarterback. He's young, shows a lot of flashes. He's going to play somewhere in the FBS eventually, but I mean, he's young and he's a freshman and he does freshman things. He makes freshman mistakes. After, the first few plays when Jermaine's at receiver and they can't consistently get the ball to him, it's all right, Jermaine, you're at running back or you're the Wildcat quarterback and put the team on your shoulders, get us the win. And that's exactly what he did. Like, they clearly practiced it. It's not like he just made the adjustment 4 plays in. It's like, all right, Jermaine at running back the rest of the game. They clearly practiced in that plays, but I mean, man, a great performance. And there are very few, and I love this job. I love high school football. I love Texas high school football. But to be completely honest, there are very few kids that, you genuinely get excited to go see on Friday night or to go drive, and spend a whole day driving just to go see them. Jermaine is one of those kids. It's awesome seeing him play. It's awesome, getting to talk to him, interview him, and hear the things he has to say. And as far as what he's going to play at Texas, they're still letting it ride. Still, it's the full athlete pitch. We'll figure it out when you get here. He says he might be able to pick. Doesn't know which one he'd pick quite yet. And I'm like, hey, are you going to take visits elsewhere? Any school's still hitting you up? And he just said, no, this is fully locked down. It's shut down. It's done. My recruitment's done. So literally everything you want to hear out of him. Nathan asked, how does Bishop's output compare to Bussey's high school output? So Terry Bussey played the 2A level and played QB. But, I mean, he was a running quarterback. He'd run it most of the time. So he never really had receiving stats. Was great on defense, a full-time 3-phaser like Jermaine. So the defensive production, it's better than Jermaine's. I mean, he was playing at the 2A level. That's kind of what it is. And then he also had better rushing stats than Jermaine. But, I mean, Terry Bussey's up towards the top of most touchdowns all time in Texas high school football. Jermaine Bishop will finish around there for receiving touchdowns, and he'll finish top 10 or 15 for receptions and receiving yards. So they're similar, but I mean, if you put Jermaine at the 2A level, he might have 2 times what he has right now, which is crazy to think about. But yeah. Some other ones, Jose said, I think Texas should throw the bag at DeCorian. Now he's becoming a proven college player, and his value to Texas might now seem so far off, maybe $2 million a season. Yeah, but Oregon's, they got the funds to get him to stay. So yeah. David Keith Williams said, what do you think of Waxahachie's upset at Duncanville Friday? The player that clearly looked like a star on both teams is Jaquan Snell. Yeah, great win for the Indians. For those who didn't see it, Waxahachie upset the Duncanville Panthers, 28-27. Duncanville had the ball, 4th and 2. They were on the 30-yard line. We're driving 30 yards away from scoring, and under 2 minutes left. They run it up the middle. Jaquan Snell, the number 1 ranked safety in the state of Texas for the 2027 class, met him in the hole, popped him, dropped him, and it was a huge play, big hit. Talked to someone who was actually at the game. They said it was the best game Jaquan Snell has played up to this point, which you love to hear. Because kind of up to this point, he's this kid who's 6'3", 190, 195. Older brother played at TCU, has multi-sport, great track stuff, great baseball stuff, tests well, measures well, amazing athlete, great young man, but he hadn't quite put it together yet. And a lot of the ranking and projection was based on what he could be. But again, he hadn't quite put it together yet. He's been terrific as a junior. Great as a junior, and might, get ranked higher because of it. So I love to see that play out of Jaquan Snell. Happy for him. Texas loves him. They've loved him. And they're going to be in the running for him. They're in a great spot for him right now. So here's a kind of a follow-up. David Keith Williams said his ranking is currently around 50 in the class, but I think he will end up a 5-star in the top 20 recruit in the 2027 recruiting class. What is your view of Snell, and where's Texas in his recruitment? As far as recruitment goes, Texas is towards the top. It's like Texas, Texas A&M, Alabama, I believe Ohio State and Georgia are also in there, but Texas and Texas A&M, if I had to predict who it comes down to, that's where I'd go. So, and as far as where he'll finish, probably, if I had to guess, between like 35 and 55, I assume. With the way he's playing, that's where I'd put it at. Dave Keith Williams said, I cannot see Jermaine Bishop playing anything other than receiver. The Longhorns could be great on the perimeter with Dalen McCutcheon and Bishop at slot, and Khalil Clark and Jamie French and Lott outside. Yeah, that would be a really good group. Don't forget about Livingstone. Or, hey, Aaron Butler showed some flashes Saturday, But, all right, want to talk to you about Oklahoma. Or actually, no, before Oklahoma, we got to talk about Oklahoma State. Gundy, supposed to get fired on the field. Looks like he might get fired any day now. Any intel you have from your OK Preps folks?
I got a lot of phone calls the moment that game went to zeros, and one of the first phone calls I was on was like, hey man, you might be, if not exactly right, pretty darn close, because as you saw, a lot of national pundits started putting some stuff out there, preparing folks, and I think the chatter has increased to whatever degree you want to label it. He's supposed to have his press conference at noon today. So as of right now, he is scheduled to speak again out of that loss. But what we're kind of waiting on, right, is to see whether or not Oklahoma State calls an emergency Board of Regents meeting. The next one isn't scheduled until October the 24th, if I remember correctly. Now, Oklahoma State could easily just call one, and that's what they did, if I remember correctly, last December, to make a lot of those changes that they made. Now, that's kind of the next domino to fall, is when is Oklahoma State going to actually put pedal to the metal? Because I don't know how much of that game you got to watch, Jordan, or
I didn't chat. Watch any. I didn't even know they lost until Saturday morning when my dad told me.
I was at Trinity versus Carroll with Greg Powers over at Dave Campbell's, and we were dialed in on the last few quarters, because here's why it's even worse than you expect. You knew what the deal was coming in. Gundy has been acting a fool and losing games. We don't need to recap everything that's happened to this point. His son, similar stuff. Everything that's compiled to this point has already kind of been on the mind of a lot of people at Oklahoma State. And then going into this one, the in-state little brother school in Tulsa is off a short week. They only had 4 or 5 days to prepare, and Oklahoma State had a bye week before this game. So they basically had 2 weeks to prepare for the in-state Golden Hurricane. And Tulsa, I'm sorry, beat the shit out of them. I mean, it was...
Wasn't it 16-0 at one point?
Yes.
The final was 16-12?
Yes. Tulsa came out, threw a hook, and Oklahoma State looked like it was on its heels for 3 quarters of play, you could argue. I mean, there was no cohesiveness on the offensive side of the ball. Defensively, they were getting pushed around. It looks really bad that Dominic Richardson, who you told at Oklahoma State, can't play there. transfers to Tulsa and runs on you 31 times, and basically is the reason why you lost the game. It looks really bad that a quarterback that basically came from East Tennessee State and is the backup at Tulsa as a redshirt freshman beat you with 4 or 5 days to prepare. I was told by someone in the stadium that it was very apparent that the quarterback literally could not see over the offensive lineman in the red zone, and Oklahoma State still lost the game. Tulsa's offensive line beat the hell out of Oklahoma State on the line of scrimmage. What is that about? I don't get it. It was an awful look. I mean, in so many ways, it was an awful look. And then Gundy's post-game press conference went about as you would imagine. Every single question about his job security, he basically deflected and went straight to the fans were great tonight. So it's bad in Stillwater. They are now, if I remember correctly, a 19-point underdog against Baylor this week. Yes, and Jake Bayless points it out. That was the first time Tulsa went into Stillwater and beat Oklahoma State since 1951. It is the first time Tulsa has beaten Oklahoma State in general since 1985. And again, they had like 4 days to prepare for this game to Oklahoma State's 2 weeks.
Hell yeah. Go Pokes.
I think it's pretty inexcusable he still has his job today, if I'm honest with you.
Agreed. According to our source, Chris Bennett, today is the 18th anniversary.
It is.
I am a man. I'm 40.
Come after me.
Come after me.
They kind of want to, Mike. And that's the other thing, too. I was going to big brain this with you. This is some Big J stuff. Are they not firing him right now because it is the anniversary of him throwing a fit? And the PR stack would just be horrendous for them. I mean, could you imagine firing him on the anniversary of I'm a man, I'm 40?
Man, I'd love to see him go out just guns blazing. Like, I don't know, Colin Kennedy, fuck you. Fuck you for all the hit pieces you wrote. I'm out of a job now. Cover the next loser who comes here. I don't know. Something like that would be awesome. What I just need, within 10 minutes of him getting fired, I need a video of Gundy's greatest hits. I'm a man. He had a few beers and drove home. I've done that thousands of times, He's got bangers on bangers. More press conference bangers than anyone else in college football.
Every fart noise he's made in pressers over the years. He's very well known, in case you didn't know, for doing the in like professional press conferences, which is a great thing to have as your reputation, Mike. But all of this is going to be montaging. Then it'll be like the picture of him cheesing with Oregon fans after losing 69-3 or whatever it was.
We're going to miss him, though. The Big 12 I grew up in is really fading away.
Chris has a banger here. Jenny Carlson has to break the news of his firing. I would do so much, Chris, for that to be the case.
Hey, I'm sorry. You got to provide some context here. Who's Jenny Carlson? I don't know anything about this.
So Jenny Carlson is the Oklahoma-based columnist who wrote the piece that Mike got pissed about in I'm a Man, I'm 40. That's who he's screaming at, basically, in the presser.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Damn, he's screaming at a woman of the press. Wow, crazy. They don't make him like Gundy anymore. I'll tell you that much.
They sure don't.
Would love if him and Cale Gundy get going on a podcast together, a radio show together. Cale Gundy, his brother, he's the OU receivers coach who got fired for saying the N-word out loud after an OU player. What did he do?
He made him. He was reading like a rap, like one of his homemade raps off of an iPad, and said, and it was like, I guess one player went and reported it, and here we are today. So,
yep.
That radio show or podcast is absolutely happening. I promise you, like the Sports Animal in OKC will find a way. I promise you.
Man, my favorite part of Cale Gundy getting fired from OU for saying the N-word was when Jonte Cook tweeted, "My coach would never," about Brennan Marion. Oh, that was hilarious. And if I'm not mistaken, he quote tweeted Jaquez Petaway, who was an OU receiver commit at the time, who posted like a frowny face emoji because Gundy was a recruiter. And Jonte said, "My position coach would never," talking about Brennan Marion.
Nathan's got a banger here in the chat. I still watch OAN every day as Gundy leaves the presser.
What do you know about this? Nathan said, "I saw Oklahoma State is clearing out the top of the athletic department too."
Yeah, so there are two things that I think are holding Oklahoma State back from making this move, besides the anniversary of "I'm a man, I'm 40."
Blackmail.
It probably is to a degree Gundy knowing where the skeletons are, but
he buried them.
I think it's two primary things. I think that the donor base is so mad at basically everyone there that we're talking about like a potentially full clearing of house. And I don't know that they're going to just fire Gundy, which is why we're waiting. And then,
I mean,
go ahead.
They have to clear house for the football staff because
no. I'm talking like
the athletic department, but they got to tear the whole thing down to the studs with football because I mean that's what they did minus Gundy last offseason. That's how he kept his job. But like all these guys that have been there for 1 year, they got to go. You know.
Well, this is what I'm trying to say. I think that the pause is because the donor base wants mass changes within the athletic department and administration. And those changes don't happen overnight like a coach firing. And I think that we're now waiting for the donor base and the Board of Regents at Oklahoma State to like figure out what this massive overhaul is going to look like and then hit the go button. But making all those changes in an administration and athletic department structure, like that could take them months to figure out, which is now why I think we're all waiting. And then the other thing, I have heard that exactly to your point, because it's very true, because there are so many new coaches, there is, I guess, some debate as to like, what is the contingency plan the rest of the way? Because Oklahoma State really doesn't know a lot of these guys, and like that leadership structure in the interim, I guess there is some debate on what that could or should look like or who they really even trust. And I kind of get it because, like you mentioned, none of those guys were there even a year ago. So it's wacky. It's Stillwater. It's
what this is about? Nathan said, "What is this unique dynamic with Gundy and the Oklahoma State Board of Regents? Oklahoma State writers keep bringing up how weird it is."
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what you want me to say other than they probably don't like each other all that much. I'm sure there's more, Nathan, to be fair to you, I'm sure there's a more politically correct way for me to phrase it, but I just want to be honest with you. I don't think they like each other very much.
Yeah.
I think Gundy, I haven't confirmed this, but like there was apparently some meetings between the BOR and Gundy even last year about like, hey, you need to cut the shit and stop doing some of this stuff. And Gundy may or may not have taken exception in moments to those comments. There are a lot of rumors about backdoor meetings between Gundy and the BOR about some of his PR mishaps and how those typically go. But the best way I could put it is just like, I think that unique dynamic is that just don't like each other very much.
Yeah. JW Crunch, I've not heard of Lorenzo Aguirre, but just Googled him if you're talking about the Dickinson QB. I've not heard of him. Jake Bayless said, "I expected Gundy to get Herm Edwards and fired on the field." I did too, but sounds like he'll be getting fired later today, if not any day now. David Keith Williams said, "I'm not sure I see Jaquan Snell as a safety in college. He's currently listed at 6'3", 200 pounds, and is only a high school junior. I foresee him as an Isaiah Simmons, Session and Marvin Overshown type defender." I could see him growing into one. Right now, though, I think like he's kind of like in the Jelani McDonald mold. It's just this really big athlete. And I mean, Jelani McDonald was tried out at linebacker, star, nickel, corner, safety, and then found a home at safety eventually. So I think it'll be something similar. But I mean, he could very well grow into kind of that hybrid box defender like Isaiah Simmons or DeMarvin Overshown.
I think in the
great point here. Go ahead.
I just think in the era of 3 safety play, Snell is kind of perfect for it. He could play in the box. He can play back. He's kind of got a little Jonah. I mean, frame wise, like he's a very versatile player. So,
yeah. CB said Texas broke Oklahoma State in the 2023 Big 12 championship game.
They haven't been the same since.
Yeah. Texas was up so much that Jonathan Brooks played and got a snap in at the end with his ACL torn off the bone. This is a good one. Colin, if Boone Pickens is still around, was Gundy, would he get fired at halftime of that Tulsa game?
Yeah.
Yeah. 2 or 3 beers, maybe 4. Done that thousands of times.
What do you want to get into? Do you want to get into some of these annual opponents? Anything else that's got your mind going?
Let me give me 1 sec. What do you think of Oklahoma getting Ole Miss? That felt strange.
I kind of hate it, if I'm really honest with you.
Here it is, by the way.
Yeah. So these are courtesy of Chris Lowe. I think to start, you asked me about the Ole Miss-Oklahoma matchup. I hate it. I get why they did it, but I think if you're Oklahoma, there's 2 ways you can look at it. Why couldn't they have drawn an Arkansas or maybe like a Texas A&M? There was rumors that Mississippi State was going to be potentially on there. There had been rumors, obviously, as well, that the SEC had real interest in making Oklahoma LSU or Oklahoma Florida an annual opponent matchup. And then Ole Miss is just kind of there. So not great, but I do think also if you're Oklahoma, I guess there are worse draws to have. So I think that they're okay with it. Could it have been better, especially regionally? Absolutely. I think Arkansas would have made a lot of sense in my opinion, but I digress. Texas drew Oklahoma, Arkansas, Texas A&M. No shockers there.
Yeah. Sorry, real quick. Christopher Foote, we were talking about the 2023 Texas Big 12 championship game. Texas final game of the Big 12. But you are correct. Baylor did also kind of break Oklahoma State on that 4th and goal stand either a year or 2 prior. That would have been 2 years prior because the year before Texas won the Big 12, it was TCU K-State, and K-State won it, but TCU still made it in to the CFB. The one that sticks out immediately to me, Bama, how did they get matched up with Auburn, Tennessee, and Mississippi State and no LSU?
Yeah, I think for me, it's the fact that Florida is not playing LSU or Tennessee. I mean, Florida, Tennessee is not being on their field is kind of criminal. I also thought LSU could have drawn either an Alabama or a Florida, and I would have flipped LSU for Oklahoma on Arkansas' schedule. I know also that Arkansas, Texas A&M, they've been trying to force that a little bit. Texas A&M playing Missouri kind of feels a little bit of a letdown for me. I get the old connections, but just not doing it for me there.
Yeah, I feel like you could have taken Mizzou out for both A&M and Arkansas and given them A&M and Arkansas.
Yeah, Arkansas feels like I felt like Arkansas could have drawn A&M or Oklahoma, and it would have made way more sense than LSU in a world where LSU does not play Bama or Florida annually. And Florida not playing Tennessee, that just doesn't sit right. I'm actually kind of surprised how many traditional rivalries have been left out.
Yeah,
of this.
like I'm just gonna go up and down each one. Bama,
Yeah.
they're not playing LSU. Instead, it's Auburn, Tennessee, and Mississippi State.
Yeah.
Arkansas, maybe they're just tired of playing A&M every year because they've done it like 12 years in a row already. But they should be playing A&M instead of Mizzou. Arkansas's 2 other games are LSU and Texas. Auburn's are Bama, Georgia, and Vandy. Florida's are Georgia, South Carolina, and Kentucky. I think I've heard of Florida, Kentucky as a rivalry before, but I mean, it doesn't really feel like one. Florida and South Carolina, I don't think is a rivalry. I think that one's nuts. How there isn't an LSU Florida or Tennessee Florida. Georgia, there's our Auburn, Florida, and South Carolina. I know Georgia and South Carolina are bordering states, but I mean, like, that just does not feel like a rivalry. I think you could have thrown in, I mean, Bama would have been more entertaining than Georgia Auburn or Georgia South Carolina, or even Texas. But then you'd have to take away one of Texas' 3 traditional ones. Kentucky, their 3 are Florida, Tennessee, and South Carolina. I mean, it doesn't really feel like Kentucky as really a true rival. I mean, I don't know. LSU, Arkansas, that one makes sense. Ole Miss does not make sense to me. A&M, I guess I kind of get that. It feels like LSU and A&M have been kind of a forced rivalry since that 7 overtime game. That's super hyped up for neither team being able to put together a defense that game. Mississippi State, Ole Miss, Vandy, and Bama. Egg Bowl obviously was going to be on there. Vandy and Mississippi State, I mean, I don't know anything about that. In Mississippi State and Bama just feels ridiculous to me. Mizzou with Arkansas, A&M, and OU. The OU one makes sense. The other 2, not a ton.
I've seen Mizzou and South Carolina fans are both upset that they're not playing each other. And I think that makes way more sense to me than Mizzou playing A&M.
Yeah. OU's Mizzou, I like that one. The Texas one I like. Oklahoma doesn't make sense. Like I said earlier, like I think A&M or like literally anyone else kind of would have been more fun.
Oklahoma, Arkansas not being a game in a world where like Arkansas could have easily drawn something better than LSU to me doesn't make a lot of sense. But
yeah,
I mean, they're neighboring states and like Tulsa is basically Fayetteville 2.0. There is a inordinate amount of Arkansas grads in Tulsa. That's a layup there, you know?
Yeah. Hey, who do you think has the toughest yearly 3 opponents?
I think that Texas A&M drew some tough ones. I'm not going to lie.
It has to be Auburn, right? Because like Bama
Auburn,
and Georgia, no one else plays Bama and Georgia every year.
I think Auburn does, but like those are also 2 very much protected rivalries too.
Yeah, I mean, Vandy beat Auburn in Auburn last year. Like they can very well lose to Vandy again this year.
Yeah, I think what the layer that's worth bringing up is they wanted competitive balance, whatever that means in the SEC, and like they're projecting these schedules like Vanderbilt of old, but Vanderbilt is not the old Vanderbilt anymore, which makes it that much harder for Auburn.
Yeah. I mean, I guess A&M to some degree with LSU and Texas is rough. But I don't know. Not bad at all. South Carolina's isn't super easy with Georgia and Florida, but both Florida and Kentucky are pretty down right now. But,
yeah. I mean, Texas A&M playing LSU and Mizzou and Texas, like it's kind of a gauntlet, man.
Yeah. Last thing before we get out of here, any quick thoughts on Oklahoma, Auburn? Anything to say on that trickery by Ben Arbuckle, bending the rules?
Yeah, I mean, it's funny that like now I have to be a spokesperson for this event and I just work here. But I also think it's incredibly stupid to act like college staffs don't actively look for competitive advantages. Lane bent the rules a couple weeks ago. Dan Lanning went viral for doing stuff to go beat Ohio State. And Now it's coming out that Oklahoma literally cleared the play with the referee crew before the game, and now both sides are up in arms. I think it's all really stupid, but I just work here. So,
hey, just admit that Brett Venables paid the refs, man.
Yeah. Dumbass Colin. Admit that the program you cover is a fraud. The program you cover to pay your bills is disingenuous, you idiot.
Yeah, hey, how about Jackson Arnold, baby? Made me some money this weekend. I bet the over on pass attempts because you were like, hey, Venables, they know this guy well, known him for 5 years. They're going to load the box, make him beat him with his arm. Could he do it? Fuck no, he couldn't. This ain't Denton Guyer. This is the Oklahoma Sooners. Right?
Yeah.
Not bad at all. If you're an OU fan, feeling good. Looks like they're going to be undefeated rolling into Red River. Should be the most hyped up, most anticipated Red River game since I don't know when.
It'll be fun, man.
But excited for it. I'll be there. Longhorns are 2-0 when I'm in the Cotton Bowl, so hopefully that continues. Last few things before we get out of here. CB had it up here, an interesting fact. Oklahoma State has lost 12 of its last 17 games since they played Texas in the 2023 Big 12 championship game. Some other interesting facts. Nebraska's year 3 under Matt Rule was supposed to be different. Instead, the Huskers are stuck in reruns, watching the same script play again and again. 28 straight losses versus AP top 25 teams, 14-40 in one-score games during that streak. And then an update on Arkansas's coaching situation. I keep saying Pittman, he's either retiring or getting fired after this year. One of them has to happen. But here's an update from Brandon Marcello. Buyout money does not matter at this point. If they feel like it's going to be the best situation, they will make a move in the middle of the season. Offensive coordinator and former Arkansas head coach Bobby Petrino has been working the phones. He's positioning himself to take over, at least on an interim basis. Hey, Bobby Petrino, backdooring his man. Crazy. Didn't believe in magic till I see my dog turn to a snake. You know? That's how
It's your own. It's always your own. But I also kind of think we knew the deal there, too. Petrino and Pittman aren't going out for beers together.
Yeah, well, Petrino's with the college crowd, and Pittman's more of a he's hanging around fellow unks. Huh?
Yeah, he's more of a lake house crowd.
Yeah. But anyways, up next, we replay our Texas Sports Unfiltered post-game show from Saturday night's blowout win over Sam Houston. And then at 2 p.m., Chip and Zay will be back on the live stream, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, wherever you're live stream. For those who tune in today, appreciate it. Please give us a like, comment, and a subscribe. And, hey, I'll see you again tomorrow. Thanks for tuning into the Lone Star Playbook. Y'all have a great rest of your day.